Well, good morning, everybody. It being 9:30, I'm going to get this inquiry hearing underway. I declare open this public hearing of the Human Rights Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade in relation to its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. I pay my respects to elders past and present. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the Committee's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the subcommittee. I now welcome representatives from the ARC Centre for Excellence for the Elimination of Violence Against Women to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee? So, who would like to go first?
Okay. Professor Jackie True from CVOR.
Rafat Mahmood from I'm a research fellow at CVOR.
Yep.
I'm Dr. Farkhunda Akbari, a research fellow also at CVOR.
Dr. Hans Dinger, also a research fellow.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Just before I get you to make an opening statement, just for your interest, I'm Tony Zappia, the chair of the committee. I'll get my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name's Claire Clutterham. I'm the member for Sturt, which is in Adelaide, South Australia.
Good morning. I'm Madonna Jarrett. I'm the federal member for Brisbane, Queensland.
We also have online Senator Dean Smith and Senator Collins. Can you both hear us?
I can hear you very well, Chair.
Thanks, Dean. And Senator Collins? No, we're not getting any response at the moment. So, Jess, if you're if maybe you've got your mic turned off, I don't know. Anyway, if you can get through to us, let us know if you're online. And Mr. Shane Newman, who will be joining us in just a moment, I'd imagine, he's just walked in. So.
Went to the wrong floor. Went to floor one.
Nope. Okay. With all of that, I now invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to a discussion.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the ARC Centre of Excellence for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which we call CVOR. I'm Jackie True. I'm the director of the centre, which consists of over 200 researchers, and I'm a professor of international relations at Monash University. Gender equality is a security concern and an economic concern for Australia, and CVOR's evidence answers the inquiry questions on those terms. So gender equality benefits all Australians by contributing to a more stable and prosperous region, ensuring markets for Australian goods and services, and also cooperation to address global challenges that have no borders. I'd like to highlight 3 evidence points from our written submission to the committee. First, our research finds that individuals who support violence against women are 3 times more likely to also support and be recruited to violent extremist groups. So that's a stronger predictor than religiosity, than age, education or employment status. So gender equality here is not a social concern at the margins of national security, it's central to it. Second point, the economic case is also equally clear. Closing gender gaps in employment in the region could raise GDP per capita by up to 9.2% by 2060 and up to 22% in the Pacific Islands region by 2060. So this is not soft diplomacy. It's a strategic interest for Australia to promote women's economic empowerment in the Indo-Pacific region. Third point of evidence. Australia has a genuine competitive advantage in the Indo-Pacific. CVOR's Women's Safety Index measures this competitive advantage longitudinally and cross-nationally through indicators of equity, protection and resources. And these are the foundational conditions that enable resilience and recovery in the face of conflict and disasters. So Australia's investment in the Pacific and Southeast Asian countries in particular has built trust, stability and influence with our closest neighbours, and our approach to aid is complementary to our approach to defence. And it's distinguished by relationship building, by locally led partnerships and genuine investment in people. And that's a history and a capability that others cannot replicate. So the evidence is really consistent. Nations with stronger gender equality foundations recover faster than others from conflict, from disasters and so on. They resist extremism more effectively and they make more stable partners. Australia's international gender equality strategy and our national action plan on women, peace and security are the mechanisms tied to our economic and national security, but they need to be fully implemented. Australia has a really strategic opportunity here. The Indo-Pacific is under-researched, geopolitically contested, and facing climate and conflict risks. Gender equality is central to our capacity to lead in the region and the world.
Thank you. Do any of the other people with you wish to make any comments? No.
We're really happy to answer your questions and engage with you.
All right. Well, thanks for that opening statement. I will kick off and then I'll hand over to Senator Smith, who's the Deputy Chair of the committee. In your submission, you talk about women in the Indo-Pacific that are parliamentarians in particular, being targeted in terms of being targeted as in respect to violence, etc. Can you expand a bit on that and why in that region do you believe it's any different to anywhere else?
Helen, would you like to answer that question?
Sure, yeah. Thank you very much for that question. I think maybe to the first part of the question with what's happening there. So what we're seeing is that women, specifically women leaders, women who are parliamentarians, who are public leaders, but also in civil society, women and gender equality rights activists are being targeted. And this is mainly due to kind of strong gender norms where, and this is obviously dependent on the context, so you see it's very context dependent. Australia is different, let's say 2 countries in the Indo-Pacific, where the gender norms vary a little bit. But what we're seeing is that women who speak out, who are political, are often being targeted. And this comes down to, sexist gender norms, to racist gender norms. And I think there we need to look at who's being targeted. It's, it can be due to your ethnic linguistic background, to your religion. And I think something that gender equality in our research shows for a long time is that having more women in power means more equality for everyone. It means peace agreements last longer, and this benefits specifically for women and children of the communities where they're serving. But I think a second point there is that we don't just need to get women into politics, but they need to stay there. And what we're also seeing is that women often leaving after 1 or 2 terms because of the harassment they're facing, which is online, which is in person, and of course the kind of targets there, how women are being targeted is not just, it's different depending on the context, but I think in general it's very common, and you see this across contexts, that specifically women, members of the LGBTIQ community or other marginalized groups are being targeted if they're holding a public role.
Are they being targeted by men or the male side of society, or are they being targeted by other women as well?
Both. I think we do need to be fair that the majority, like who targets, is mainly men, but there's of course also women who target other women for specific, and this is part of kind of the patriarchal context. So women who are who also believe women shouldn't be in public, they might also target these women. So I think, and this is something we see specifically by groups or individuals who hold very strict kind of gender norms, and to think women are not supposed to be in public, they're not supposed to be political, they're not supposed to speak up, but they're rather supposed to be at home, take care of women, and like take care of the children. So kind of this, they're stepping outside the kind of private realm, which they're not supposed to do.
Thank you. Dean, can you hear us? And if so, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you very much, and thank you to the witnesses for their participation this morning. Can you identify or point any specific initiative that you believe have sort of aided and supported women in leadership positions across the region?
Perhaps I can answer that one. I mean, I think the Pacific Leading Women's program that has had $320 million investment and from Australia over a decade or more, I think has been really significant in empowering women in leadership, not just in the parliamentary sense, but throughout their communities. And I think, some of the examples you can see, one of our partners is ActionAid. They work with women across the Pacific Islands and the Shifting Power Coalition, and they are supported by the Australian Aid Program. And here we've seen, support to women in communities who face really strong traditional gender norms where they can't be represented at the village level, but they've developed their own collective action and their own early warning system for disasters, so that families and communities can actually prepare for, sort of natural disasters, often, associated with climate change, and they've actually seen an incredible return on investment. For every dollar put into those ITOC women is a $4 saving in terms of to the community, in terms of the averted losses during disasters. So that's an example of this sort of the way that Australia can promote women's leadership at the local level, where the problems often arise, and where we often end up, with the humanitarian and the emergency management investments. But if we can actually support women's leadership over the long term, we can actually, sort of prevent or at least prepare for some of the worst outcomes for communities. And coming back to Mr. Zapier's question about the targeting of women's rights activists, I think it's really important here to note that it's not about women and men, it's actually about attitudes. And people who hold attitudes that are anti-gender equality, that are promoting gender regressive ideas, that seek to constrain the dress and the movement of women, that promote gender-based violence through early marriage, female genital mutilation, those people can be women or men. But the outcomes for society and the community is suboptimal, and it is actually, promoting a form of extremism that's conducive to violence, and that's deeply destabilising in the region.
Thank you.
Can I would like to add a point on what my colleagues have already spoken about continuation of violence against women leaders. I think in our research it also shows, and you mentioned in your question as well, that it is highlighted in different contexts why it's different, and that's the whole problem, that why there's so many targeted violence against women leaders in different contexts, but the outcome and also the response have not been consistent. Say it Afghanistan or other countries in the Indo-Pacific, we see that there's a lack of learning lessons from those contexts, that how do we then respond to these countries or to these places, and what is Australia's, for example, whether it's our targeting aid or targeting how do we support, but it does not carry on the lessons learned, that what approach should we do next, that this targeted violence, patriarchal society, or this behavior attitude, it is there, but how do we then change our approach towards addressing this targeted violence against women leaders? And this is what the women leaders are telling us, that we know it exists other places here, but we don't see any change in the attitude of our supporters, the responders on this. And I think this is something that we need to really look into and take into consideration on lessons learned.
Thank you. Dean, did you have any other questions?
I do, actually. I'm interested to understand how institutional or structural features might promote the participation of women. So I'm curious to know, do you have any observations about electoral system and how they might better support women's participation, but how they might better bring to the fore issues around gender violence. You have observations of compulsory systems versus voluntary systems, just past the post systems versus full professional systems, and to what extent should we be advocating for structural reforms that might lead to representative outcomes.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer that question. I think the political science is very clear on this. Proportional representation elects more women. And the adoption of particularly party lists, which are, many political parties and proportional representative systems adopt a kind of an alternate male-female list which promotes, the inclusivity of the party. And that, we can see, I off the top of my head, I can't give you the percentage point, but we can see in every global region significantly increased percentages of women representatives under a proportional representative system. And similarly, I think, the sort of notion of, you will understand the idea of party quotas or electoral gender quotas or, representative gender quotas. I mean, there are different approaches to that. And I think in society, that there are limitations of some of those systems, and they are a temporary measure to change the institutional gender balance. However, I think, in some situations, gender quotas, especially adopted at the party level, have been very successful. And I think that we can see that in our own country. I think perhaps I might just ask my colleague to speak about the Afghanistan case, which did have a 25% gender quota in the parliament and had some limitations.
Yes, I think it was, in the region of Afghanistan at that time, the 2004 constitution was the most gender equal in the region, perhaps, but in a country from war, it did have, despite its limitation on where we are today, back to the Taliban regime with absolutely zero representation, but I think it did support a lot in terms of forwarding the progressiveness on gender equality. Every party, political parties, in Afghanistan had to nominate women leaders from their respective communities to run for the parliament. There was a lot of symbolic representation, not substantive, but considering where we were and beginning that and there's a lot of critique about it, that it did not work, but in our research it also shows that they opened a lot of gates, they opened a lot of opportunities for vulnerable, marginalized communities especially, and also places that where the space was created for women to go and fight. And there are people who do want to take in all the burden that they had to go through to nominate themselves. And so I think quota system is not a perfect example, but it is when you're in a context, and that could be something that you could impose in parties to have power. I think that does work, and Afghanistan really did show. We did had a lot of violence against women parliamentarians, targeted killing, and so on. And today, right now, those MPs from Afghanistan who are exiled in different countries, today they are the loudest voice against the Taliban regime and against so that sort of matured them in this field, and they're the one, and there's probably maybe the future leader of Afghanistan.
Okay, I'm going to have to move on to give everyone a go. Just for the benefit of anyone that might be listening to this through the broadcast, when you speak, can you announce who you are first? Because we here can see your name tag, but people listening may not know who is that's speaking. Okay, I'm going to go to my far right. Shane, you've got the next question.
Never considered myself in the far right, but I am today. I was really keen to see the terms of reference, item numbers 3 and 4, which talk about the national, international implications of undermining gender equality in the context of humanitarian crises and natural disasters, and the role of local-led leadership. In my experience, I've had 4 major floods in my in my electorate, and including one when I was a child when my parents' house was 8 foot underneath the water. And I have seen how the adverse impact on women and children in particular, and how often the first and second responders are women, and how we don't take into consideration the women-led community and faith-based organisations in that response. And it's women who often pick up the pieces of the domestic and family violence that they often receive and their children receive, and the educational problems and all the health problems. So I'm really pleased that you raised that. I'm so happy that you've raised that in your submission. I want to commend you for it and thank you for it. You've really picked it up well. You do say we underutilise these organisations, in particular the faith-based ones. Can you talk about the context in which gender equality is so important in the area of responding to humanitarian crises, conflicts and natural disasters, and how we can do better? We did an inquiry and a report last Parliament that talked a little bit about this, but I'm really keen to hear your response.
Helen, do you want to speak to that first?
Yeah. Thank you so much for that question. And I'm Dr. Helen Stenger, Research Fellow at CIVOR. Thank you very much for that question. And yeah, I think you perfectly summarised it really with what we're seeing, what our research shows all over the region and also within Australia, is that the women are often the ones who are the first responders. And this has many reasons, but one of I can speak to is, for example, we often find women are the ones often holding communities together, right? Like they're the ones having the connections, they know what's going on, they're speaking with each other. They those women-led organizations often are not really having a seat at the table. And research in multiple regions, we've just did a study in Cambodia and Laos, and Laos is also a country which is often has many, many floods, and there was just a flood right before we conducted our research, and it was a similar dynamic where the people in the community were saying, oh yeah, that's the women are the one who are like collecting the food, they're taking care of like having sanitary products, they're taking care of like all the basic needs, and not to disregard the role men play, you know, but it was a very kind of separated role, the roles that the women play and the roles that the men play. But then when you think about kind of, okay, how do we move forward, what happened in kind of making decisions, the women do not have a place at the making decisions, and they don't have a place at the table at the decision making, kind of the larger and more kind of impact with government. And so what that leads to is that often people are relying on women's roles and kind of carrying them out, but they don't really, nothing's going to change if we don't listen to the women's experiences. And I think specifically there, one example that really highlighted that for us is that we looked at women's and men's confidence and knowledge to kind of prevent insecurity. And with insecurity, we meant things like human trafficking, but also climate disasters. And then when we spoke to the women, there were generally, in Cambodia and Laos, women had less knowledge, less confidence than men. But then we saw that in Laos, there was one community, specifically the Hmong ethnic group, which is an ethnic minority in Laos, where the women were way higher than the men. And then it turned out they had a female leader. So it was very much kind of having these role models, having a woman in charge really meant so much, not just for that community, but really for all the women in that community, and someone to look up to. And to think that really stark shift just shows what that can do. And I think in terms of coming back to the kind of disaster response, I think within Australia, there's lots of research in our centre as well, specifically in the Byron Bay area, and the women's responses to that. And I think we're very, very excited to see the outcomes of that and kind of what you can do to kind of connect those local women's groups with local and national government.
Before I hand it back to some of the wonderful women we have on our committee, you didn't address the issue of the faith-based organisations. Yes. Because in most of religious denominations in Australia, women play, there's an equality in most of them. In Australia, but in some of the Pacific countries, when you go there, it's nearly always the men who want to pray with you, and they're men who you're meeting with, and it's quite obvious. It's quite obvious. So I'm very keen to see how we can engage
Absolutely. Apologies. And again, Dr. Hellenstenger speaking, for not taking that up. Yes. And I think we did a large scale research in Myanmar, Thailand and Sri Lanka, where we looked at Buddhist protectionism, so Buddhist extremism. And what we found is that everyone agreed, oh yeah, women are the base of religion. Women are the ones who are doing all the labor around the temple. And I mean, that's very similar across religions, right? They're keeping things afloat. But then, they're the ones also engaged in the community when, for example, the women were saying, look, when we're experiencing violence, we're going to the temple to kind of seek solace, not necessarily to listen to the sermons, but just because of the community. So I think, yes, absolutely, this is what our research showed as well, that we need to utilize the faith-based organizations because specifically for women, they play a really, really big role. And I think,
perhaps I can add to that, Professor Jackie True, just in the same study, also collaborating with Helen there, what we did find, and even with our partners in those 3 countries, is that there was very little research and engagement between religious-based, faith-based organisations and the organisations working on peace building and gender-based violence. So we did see amongst, at the temple, the very strict gender hierarchies. We can also see this reflected in the Pacific in terms of the hierarchies. Even though women are, some of the most religious, the ones who actually are the base of the religion that they are. We do see there's a need to engage much more with religious-based organisations, but for them to actually take leadership to promote gender equality, to reduce gender-based violence, and to sort of harness the religious teachings in that way, rather than to utilise the religious teachings that actually reinforce gender inequality and justify gender-based violence. So this is a really key site, religion, and it's a very significant focus of our research in CVOR. We have a number of researchers working across Christianity, Buddhism, as well as Islam, and looking at this issue. But we do see we need much more engagement between these communities, the ones working on gender-based violence and those working on religious.
We've seen DFAT give us evidence in previous inquiries. While we'll fund a Catholic priest to come to Australia for a conference, I would have thought that would have been better to put into women's groups in those faith-based organisations to support the kind of things you're talking about. I would have thought that better use of the taxpayers' money in Australia.
Yes, and also just to say again there, I think that's so important. When Australia has supported interfaith dialogues and approaches, it's almost always men.
No, exactly.
And yet, if you support women within those religions, their empowerment, that's also a space that's part of their political participation, right? So once you include churches or in the surveys on women's political participation, you see actually women do participate. That's where they're participating. So we've got to support that more, but it's actually sensitive work, right? Because it is also about changing norms and utilising religious teachings in progressive ways.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Can I outlet my other colleague?
Yeah, I would just, sorry, Dr. Rafat Mahmood. I would just like to add 2 points to this discussion. One on disaster. We know that when disaster happens, women are very at the front line. But CVOR research also shows that this gender equality in terms through the channel of its economic impact makes countries resilient to those disasters themselves. I'm talking about the macro level impacts. We see that through our Women's Safety Index, we see that in the events of shocks, countries who have better structural measures to promote gender equality are able to bounce back more efficiently and quickly. So this is one point on disaster preparedness, both man-made disasters and natural disasters. So we can think about conflict as well as the natural disasters. And the second point about faith-based religious, I would echo the thoughts shared here. And I would just like to share that at CVOR we are doing research with female religious leaders in Indonesia, and we are trying to measure experimentally how the influence of female religious leader versus other local leaders in bringing change in gender norms, especially around gender-based violence. So, yeah, thank you.
I'm going to go to Claire next. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 questions, if I may. Just firstly to Dr. True, I was very interested in your opening remarks and the kind of conclusion that there is a greater link between violent extremism and those who support violence against women compared to religious extremism. So that really jumped out to me as being quite interesting, because we don't often hear that narrative. A lot of the time we hear violent extremism is definitely driven by religion, but I suppose we're seeing sort of more far right, far left, perhaps extremism not driven by religion. But I just was hoping you could unpack that a little bit. What is the data and evidence that led you to that conclusion? Because I think that is a very different narrative to what we hear in terms of what leads to violent extremism.
Thanks for that, Claire. So, Professor Jackie True. So we've been working on this issue, gender and violent extremism, for over a decade. And in 3 successive studies funded initially by DFAT, the first funding, and then by the UN, in Bangladesh, Indonesia, and the Philippines, and then also in North Africa and Libya. An amazing thing that we've found in all of those studies, large-scale national representative surveys, we were looking at the drivers of violent extremism. What leads people to support violent extremist groups and join them? And this is where we found that this very strong correlation between attitudes that justify violence against women, also what we call misogynistic attitudes that are associated with really aggression toward women, strong endorsement of gender hierarchy, that these were more strongly associated with support and participation in violent extremism than how religious you were, than whether, where you sat in the socioeconomic hierarchy, than your education level. And then, and then also we did mixed method research. So we did a lot of interviews and focus groups in all of those contexts to try to help us interpret those statistical findings from the survey. And what we found there is extremist groups, have these really strong gender ideologies, and they use these gender ideologies to recruit men and women in distinct ways. And to men, it's the offer is, you'll be able to have a family, which you might not be able to afford otherwise. You'll have a wife and children who will respect your authority. In some cases, with the Islamic State affiliate people, it's also you'll have a sex slave, literally, who can pander to your every need. But it addressed a lot of the grievances that people had, in their existing societies, but in very gendered ways. And for women, it was often, you'll also be able to marry. You won't be shamed in your community. You won't be left on the shelf. You will be able to, fulfill your role as a mother without additional expectations about, and so on. So there we found that the gender ideologies are really integral to the way in which these violent extremist groups legitimise themselves, the way they recruit, and the way that they promote their relevance, and so that I think is and for sure they justify that with religious teachings. But as many people in those countries who themselves are religious people would say, often the violent extremist groups have a very poor understanding of religion and religious teachings, and they very much manipulate them to reflect their views. And of course they're hugely using social media and online forums to recruit people, and whatever works. And gender ideologies can be easily sort of weaponized, and quite successfully so. And I think what's really important is that we actually see this across violent extremisms, right? And you mentioned far right. Absolutely, far right ideology has a deeply gender aggressive perspective, as does Islamist, as does Buddhist protectionist. And though we haven't studied, and then, yes, perhaps we can ask my colleague who knows Afghanistan very well, and the Taliban, which is, of course, the high watermark for violent extremism.
Yeah, I just, in addition to what Professor Jackie True said, I'm Farkhunda Akbari. We're living in a time of gender apartheid right now, where we see a government coming to power which is outdating the first Taliban regime. And we are, unfortunately, in August, we're going to mark 5 years of the Taliban rule, and in our research, it shows us how Taliban are using gender and violence together to hold power, to continue power. And also we are seeing how the other states or countries are responding to that, which is maybe another time if we could talk to you about the diplomacy of gender apartheid and what Australia's role has been towards it. And at a time that it's very, very clear, and our research sort of document that how gender repression is part of holding to power by extremism, because that's the easiest constituency that you can take, because you already have 50% by default under your power, but you're also giving power to the men of the families, the men of the communities, of the village and the country to hold, and they like it, and for them it's working. But what is happening to 50% of population in that space and time? So the link cannot be more clear than it is today and right now. And the question is what we are doing about it.
Yeah, it seems very obvious when you put it like that, but as I said, it's not kind of the narrative that we hear. And my second question is slightly different. So we've talked about the harassment of women politicians in the Indo-Pacific coming from both men and women, online, physical attitudes, etc. Obviously we have kind of similar issues here in Australia, but nowhere near the levels of to the extremes that we see in the Indo-Pacific. But just thinking back to my own experience of becoming elected, so I was the first woman to hold my seat, and I had some people who weren't happy about that, but there was overwhelmingly huge support from all parts of the community. And I did wonder, in the Indo-Pacific, are there also sections of the community, both men and women, who are supportive of women leaders? And is it possible to harness that support to, baby steps, but gradually change attitudes? So I guess I'm asking, are there green shoots for women political leaders and women putting their hand up and staying, once they've got a seat at the table, actually staying and holding that seat at the table? Are there those green shoots?
I might answer that, and I think Professor Jackie True, I think Helen mentioned the Lao example before, which is, I think, really, really recent, really fascinating in an authoritarian state. It's quite happy with elites, but, the examples of the few women elites, they were very positive about them because they saw, improved outcomes at the community level. So I think that's really, really vital. I think Indonesian case is also really, really interesting. Australia has been supporting women's leadership in Indonesia for a long time, and one of the really important things Australia did was promote women's leadership to prevent violent extremism. And that grew up in communities, and many of those women have become leaders and mayors and so on, and they have been very effective, and they have very strong community support for their roles. So I think we can see, and some of those, I don't know how much you have heard about this, but some of those communities have adopted identities as peace villages, and they kind of have diffused that model. You see that kind of network established across them, and I think that's been supporting women's leadership, but it's also been supporting really flourishing communities, and I think that's really, really important. A key thing, and it's just in response to all of your interest in women in politics, 2 points I'd like to make there is it's really important to support civil society organisations and movements, because when you have strong civil society that supports gender equality norms and supports those women leaders, then that's the condition for them staying in power. And we've actually recently done a study in Indonesia at the subnational level, and we've looked at what leads cities and regencies in Indonesia to adopt violence against women bylaws, and those are the laws that actually enable services and actually allow, create the institutions that women can report instances of violence to. And, and it's something like a third of all subnational regencies in Indonesia have violence against women bylaws and services. And those ones all have really strong civil society networks of women advocates, okay? And they also have women in the local rep parliament. So those things go together. And I should cite another study we did. Also was looking at the, globally, and it was looking at, what leads to peace agreements in conflict-affected states, and peace agreements that actually have gender equality provisions. That seek to promote, including quotas and palms that seek to promote a more gender equal society after conflict. And in all cases, three things were associated with that: women in parliament, women in the peace negotiations, and a strong women-led civil society movement. You can't have one without the other. So I think it's really, really important for Australia to support the long-term civil society movements, because those are what sustain women's leadership at all levels.
Okay. Madonna.
Thank you, Chair. Morning,
And
everyone.
by the way, we have Senator Jess Collins on the line, who I believe wants to also ask a question, and we're just about out of time.
I just wanted to circle back on the comment that you made in relation to the Shifting Power Coalition. Is that a formal arrangement, or is that informally developing in pockets across our region? Because I love the example that you gave in terms of providing an alternative leadership roles for women in society.
Thanks very much, Professor Jackie True. So Shifting the Power Coalition is formal. It is a coalition that has developed across 9 Pacific Islands states, and there is a sort of a peer mentoring across that. And ActionAid Australia has supported that coalition, but they don't lead it, but they have facilitated and supported it. And continue to do so. And the ITOC women in Vanuatu, being a really incredibly successful case, have also been, significantly supported by their Fijian counterparts. Women's Weather Watch, you might be familiar with in the Pacific. So there is that model about women's local community knowledge. They're the ones who are responsible for the food production, for feeding their families. They're noticing the changes over time. And how that, in the weather and how it's affecting their, productivity. And they're also held responsible for that by their families and communities, right? And we also have sort of anecdotal evidence is that, when that is adversely impacted, women often experience domestic violence because their husbands, see them as responsible and they don't have the income that they need to do what they want to do. So there are so many impacts if you don't support those women. That they experience, and there's such better. And I think the ITOC case, which is also written up in a fairly recent UN Women publication, which actually they did an impact evaluation. It wasn't done by us, but I was quite impressed by it. They actually looked at, they did a very small randomised controlled trial. They looked at villages without the ITOC women and with. And that's how they came up with that notion of every dollar supporting that women's collective action led to $4 in reduced, humanitarian funding to in the aftermath of disasters.
Thank you. Chair, I do have others, but in the essence of time.
I think Jess doesn't have any questions.
Oh, she doesn't have a question.
I'll give you another.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. I just wanted to switch gears a little bit. And because I think in your submission you talked about how we need to really reflect on how past national security initiatives have inadvertently fostered gender equality. Do you want to, can one of you talk a little bit more about that? Because obviously we definitely need to learn lessons from the past to make sure we do better in the future.
Could you say a little bit more about that point?
National security initiatives have inadvertently fostered gender inequality and gender-based violence in Australia.
Okay.
And I just want to get a sense of what hasn't really worked, because we obviously don't want to repeat that.
Yeah, okay. Would anybody like to say anything about that? I think, so Professor Jackie True, I probably should have our submission right there, but I think the concern is, with the sort of so-called hard approach to national security, using defence and deterrence and military force as your front line, that, obviously historically militaries in the region are extremely male-dominated. I'll never forget turning out to a conference in the Philippines, which was on countering violent extremism, and I literally was the only woman in the room. And, I was talking to generals. The women in the policing and in sometimes, involved in the security sector, they face massive barriers to advance. And I know Australia has been trying, has been cooperating and trying to promote leadership and peacekeeping and other capabilities within the regional armed forces. But if we thought Australia had challenges in our own armed forces with regard to gender equality, imagine what it is like in the region. I mean, in Indonesia, until recently, you had virginity tests in the police. And you can't get into the military unless you've been in the police, you've gone through that. So I think, really important to support women in the security sector, and specifically I would say in the Pacific. One of the promising areas you saw in, say, a country like Solomon Islands, women actually played a really important peace building role during and after the conflict and in the context of the Ramsey intervention. And some of those women, amazingly, who were really good at working with communities, really good at stopping violence before it starts, they have gone into policing and into the security sector. Now, they have a tremendous skills that could, benefit the security sector, but often security sectors are not looking to recruit these kinds of people from the community. So I think this is when we have organisational structures and norms that military people who who are recruited into military should be tough and aggressive, these tend to privilege a certain type of masculinity, a certain type of man. So I think that's something that would be, really well supported by a lot of research and not just in our region.
Can I add my own personal experience? I was in Afghanistan in 2012, and I was gave a vacancy to NATO to be part of the ISAF program, which Australia was part of it. I did the interview and I was accepted to go, but the work was that I do the database on civilian casualties and work at the NATO headquarters as an Australian. And the barrier for me which was given advices by my family and community, that once you walk in that door in the camp, you will never come back with a clean name, and then I realized the taboo that exists, because there was a lot of sexual violence and harassments against women, especially local women. I mean, they're like, you're Australian passport, but you're not an Australian, you're an Afghan by origin, and that automatically sort of discriminated against me and how the other soldiers or workers were looking at me. So I had to give up a 10,000 euro job per month for that very reason, because of the amount of violence. I think we should not take this lightly. I know Afghanistan is an outlier case, and they're like, that's the worst. We don't even want to talk about it. But I think that culture and that perception exists across the region and everywhere, which also tells us that there are a lot of local women. I was privileged with an Australian passport, but there was a lot of local women, and they had to choose whether they want to go earn for their family and go their way, or give up on community and reputation and name, because they know that what exists there, and it's something that it's blanket. You don't talk about it, but everybody know that it exists. There's a lot of sexual violence and harassment of local women. And why local women? Because they know, the perpetrators know that once they walk out of the compound, they cannot talk about it, because it will harm them more than they will harm them. So I think that's really important for us to consider how to protect local women in military bases and supporting the military, which also tells that maybe we should not support military in any way overall.
Can I just say maybe one really quick point, Professor Jackie True, to Ms. Jarrett. I think this is the significance and importance of the Women, Peace and Security agenda and Australia's national action plan there, and really, that brings a legitimacy to women's roles in the security sector, and really promoting meaningful participation of women, which means right through the ranks. And it's great to see Australia leading on this as a role model, but we have to do much more to kind of mentor and support institutional change in militaries in the region.
Okay, we've gone over time, so I'm going to have to bring this session to a close. I thank you all for coming today. You haven't been asked for any additional information to be provided, but if you need to supplement any of your answers, if you feel you need to, then please do so by contacting the Secretariat or submitting to the Secretariat by the 2nd of June. And if you do that, then whatever else you provide will appear as a published submission on the website of this inquiry. You will also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee today. Again, if you feel you need to make any corrections, please advise the Secretariat. With that, once again, thank you for appearing before the committee, and I declare this session closed.
Chair, Claire and I've had a caucus meeting. We'd like to get a photo with you for social media. That's all right.
absolutely.
But can I just say, look at the response to Megan Quinn being appointed Secretary of Defence in Australia.
Resume the hearing, and I welcome representatives from Away From Keyboard Incorporated and Women for STEM to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Chris Skipper-Conway, Women for STEM.
Sarah Barnbrook, Away From Keyboard.
Again, although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I invite members of the subcommittee now to introduce themselves. Perhaps, Madonna, you can go first this time.
Donna Jarrett, member for Brisbane up in Queensland.
I'm Tony Zappia, the chair of the committee, and I'm from South Australia.
Claire Clutterham, member for Sturt in South Australia.
Shane Newman, a member for Blair in South East Queensland.
Dean, are you still with us on the line?
I am. Senator Dean Smith from Western Australia.
Thank you. And Jess? We seem to have lost Jess again. Anyway, I invite you to make an opening statement and then we'll proceed to a discussion.
Great. So Women for STEM covers the entire gambit of from a early career for a young girl entering science, technology, engineering and math. These, we believe, are imperative to a national security because it builds on the skills from an early age right through to their career at the C-suite. So our programs cover that, and what they do is create the inspiration, provide the opportunity to join, then to grow and excel within all areas of STEM. And for us right now, those areas of technology that are actually impacting, changing, shaping our national security are important, and yet we don't have enough women at the decision-making or the leadership level within AI, even data, robotics, all of those areas. We can see a heavy input at the bringing in the graduates, but what we're seeing is a real turnaround of women leaving at the mid-career where we can't gain the influence to actually influence, identify what the risks are, identify what the opportunities are, and create a wholesome country with a really strong and robust national security.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. I think that, as what you would have seen in my submission, that we were looking at, how does technology impact on gender equality? And from our standpoint, it's quite significant. We're at a moment of time where technology is evolving really quickly, but our regulations and our policies are, they're going at human speed, where technology is actually operating and scaling at machine speed. We don't have the right systems in place to be able to counter it at the moment. And as you would have read, that there's some gaps there that we need to address to be able to be sustainable and to keep. We're already on a trajectory with gender equality at the moment that it needs to be a foundational issue and not just an add-on. Some of the responses that we are using with technology at the moment seem to be, after harm has occurred, a lot of responsibilities put onto individuals, and we need to start looking upstream from that harm and making sure that we are actually addressing it further upstream, whether that's with regulation and, working with tech platforms directly, but also with different arms of our government to make sure that we are, considering gender equality from many different lenses, and that technology itself being regulated in a way that's going to actually be of benefit and not being weaponized against, whether that's through lack of regulations or their use. I think there's just a lot of responsibility put onto individuals at the moment, and we need to start pushing back because, infrastructure is essential, and that, some of the things we take for granted in our day-to-day life at the moment, whether you're driving across a bridge and that bridge is going to be safe to drive across, you have that sort of security and knowing that, where right now that's not the same online. Some of the systems that have been built and developed have been done so in a way that is actually quite unsafe, and the responsibilities put onto individual users or drivers of that technology to be able to navigate that, where I'm calling for the same sort of infrastructure and safety and that peace of mind, and knowing that when you're in a piece of technology that it would be safe and you would know it's safe because we have the right frameworks in mind for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I might just kick off with this question and then I'll go to my colleagues. With respect to women taking up STEM subjects, is the situation in Australia, from your research and experience, better than in other countries, or are we all very similar? Or perhaps I'll rephrase it, are some countries doing it better, where more women are participating in STEM subjects?
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, and if so, which countries are they, and what are they doing differently? Even if you can just provide one example, for example.
I think in Asia and in countries like India, we see that there's a real focus on equality at a school level.
Yep.
I'm not saying it goes all the way through, but I am saying that at a school level, that early learning, that inspiration, that opening up ideas of what you could be, where you could influence, where you could make change, is not being utilised within our school level or even in our higher education levels.
I think this is a very complicated answer because, like, I've been to forums at the UN, for example, and they have countries that are presenting, and you're only going to see from their national level what they want you to see, right? So they're going to be reporting that in their country, their numbers are X, Y, or Z. Whether the actuals are there, it's hard to know. Like the same within Australia, we could say we get this many women to go into careers in that, but are they staying there? And who's tracking that data? So I think it's about not necessarily opportunity to start with. Like, there's many layers to that. You have to have it has to be introduced to you early enough as a possibility that you could go into that career path. Then you have to have the pathway to get to that career path, and you have to want to stay in that career path. So it's a different, I could say, yeah, sure, I've saw, like, UAE have lots of things that they're doing with STEM, and you could say that, yeah, the opportunities are there. Some countries are also built around quotas at the moment, so they, by nature, they're trying to meet targets, and you may have to be, you're the token target. They have a generic policy that says you have to have, 51% have to be female, so they're only getting there through quota. Which is not to say that, quotas are still working, but it's not necessarily maybe like innately that they've gotten to targets like that.
Thank you. Senator Dean Smith. Dean, can you hear us?
I can. Thank you very much. I'm interested in knowing what are the preconditions to assist, greater take-up of STEM opportunities by females.
From my perspective, what we're seeing is that early influence in getting the interest into and the inspiration about what's possible. And we're not seeing that being pushed early enough. Women for STEM tries to do that at the latter level of primary school. It really needs to be done earlier. Because we're a not-for-profit, that's not possible. But what we're seeing is that inspiration into young people about what they could be, young girls about what they could be, is not focused on the STEM type careers.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that it's early exposure and encouragement in seeing women and people already in those careers and it being encouraged in the classroom. And, the evidence is building that, it's around 7 or 8 years old, a girl has decided what they're good at, whether that's if they decided that they're bad at math and they can't do science-based career because they don't know how to do math. That's where we need to start having conversations about what skill set does it take to be in those careers. It's not just one pathway there. And yeah, I think it's about their exposure is really, really important. And I think, across different education systems I've been exposed to here, I've been able to see that we have in the classroom an attention crisis, I would call it, that we have students that are not able to focus, whether that's through fatigue or that's just through, socioeconomic issues that are happening in their community. We need to make sure that every student shows up with their basic needs met to school. They need to be well fed. They need to have a place of belonging so that they have the opportunity to actually learn. So when they have all of those needs met, then they can be able to receive the opportunity that comes to their door. So it's not just one, there's different layers you're going to have to address to be able to get that child or that girl interested in STEM to begin with. But yeah, I think there's a lot to do to be able to achieve that.
I don't think it's just at the school level. It's where are the role models they can see, both within other women stepping up into those leadership roles where decisions are being made, where risks are being evaluated, but then also seeing organisations and governments standing together, making sure that they have the role models at the leadership level. And our WGEA reporting shows us that while we've got a 50% population, if you look at the STEM subjects, the number of women that are beyond middle management is few and far.
Is there any evidence to suggest that co-gendered learning environments versus single-gendered learning environments deliver different outcomes?
From my experience, there isn't a difference. I know that there's different schools that would probably try to show that there is, but I think that it's more than just that. It's not just segregating the genders apart from each other. It's the opportunity, and that's what some of those other layers of what I was speaking to really matter. It's not always a positive, I think, for genders to separate to be able to show academic success. They may have had academic success, but it may not have been because they were segregated. It could have been other factors. Socioeconomic, usually these studies are done when, you know, there's not many public schools that would be segregated by gender. So it's hard to know if the data is clear on what actually helped. What was the benefit? Was it the socioeconomic status that allowed that to facilitate, or was it actually something different?
All right, Dean, I'm going to move on. Madonna.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With your submission, you talk about technology-facilitated gender-based violence.
Yep.
Do you have? Are you focused mainly on Australia, or do you have comparative information and data in other parts of the Indo-Pacific that we're focused on as well, in terms of the uptake of technology? Maybe that's through schools, maybe it's just uptake generally, and how that's playing out? Because obviously here in Australia we've instituted our AI Institute, we've got our SCAM framework, we've got some regulation in place, but what does that world look like in other parts of the region where Australia can play a bit of a different role? It's a very broad topic.
Yeah, I would say that, like, I didn't come with stats and data, but I have general knowledge that there is, it's a scaling issue across, many areas. I, was able to present at the UN SCAP this year, which I think I covered in the submission, that talked about, and listening to other regions and what they're dealing with. This is not just an Australia-based issue. This is a global issue that everyone's sort of managing and trying to manage, because there is, like I said, there's a velocity and scale. And when it crosses borders, if you don't know who the perpetrator is, or sometimes this synthetic content that's being created, it's very unclear who did it, where does jurisdiction lie there? How do you have any, there's no capacity to be able to resolve it or prosecute against it. So then it becomes blurred. And then we know that in this region, the Global South in particular, we have exploding rates of exploitation and scams, and that the technology facilitated gender-based violence it's mounting and it's getting worse. And the capacity, when you look at platforms like Grok, to be able to provide content at your fingertips instantly, to be able to generate at scale, is alarming. And that we know, looking at, even recent data that was just released this week that talked about the places and the servers around the world that are hosting some of that data and who's consuming that data. And Australia, unfortunately, is one of the highest consumers of some of this, synthetic exploitative material. So it's alarming, and that's why I think it's something that I wanted to make sure when we're looking at gender equality that you're not missing out on the tech lens of it, because this is our weak spot, I feel. It's everyone's weak spot. Yeah, but it's also everyone's. And I say that to make. Sometimes things are so obvious that maybe it's too, everyone's not considering it because it's so obvious, and that's where I wrote about it specifically, so that we were considering it from the urgency.
When we were at the UN just recently, the general consensus was that gender-based violence is a global issue.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. I was just interested in what you said at the very beginning, Ms. Barnbrook, about regulation and policies move at human speed and technology moves at technology speed, and we cannot possibly hope to keep up. So do you have any suggestions or strategy or guidance for how governments who are in charge of regulation from that top level, how can that gap be bridged? Because obviously we have, and this is really important, we have proper processes in this country about how laws and regulations are made. We need to put it through the Parliament, consult with stakeholders, So how do you bridge that gap? Because it seems to me that, you know, the toothpaste is kind of already out of the tube. How do you do that? And is it a case of, from that gender lens, sort of knowing you can't bridge it as much as you may want to, just ensuring who you consult is more sort of inclusive, as it were? Well, I'd be very interested in your thoughts on that.
I think that we need to be stronger in our leadership when it comes to innovation. At the moment, I talk about people, there's a sense of innovating where we have to climb the mountain, plant the flag, be the first. Like that's the sense of when we talk about AI and policy. Because we haven't formally put down stronger regulations to start with, we're putting a lot of responsibility on the developers and the organizations and businesses that are trying to innovate and develop to be able to be the first. And I'm not suggesting that that's not important too, but what I am saying is that we need to be going back to more of a human rights due diligence standpoint and safety by design as a minimum, and stop using safety by design as an add-on feature that we can bolt on later. It's not a bolt-on, it's a foundation. And right now we're seeing that we're waiting for harm to happen and we're reacting to that harm instead of designing from the beginning and saying that these are the minimum standards that you're allowed to do. It cannot be allowed to do X, Y, or Z. We haven't necessarily laid down what that is. I think that we know we have data, like even last year, the National AI Readiness Report that came out about Australia was showing that businesses think that they might be doing the right thing, but they weren't. And we knew that they weren't. But then in that same report, there was no guidance to help them address that when they weren't, right? So who's helping them with when you're not getting it right? What do we do about it? And who's holding them accountable when they're not? So that's where I feel like we have some gaps in what support are we providing? Because right now, the clear, I would say, roadmap is innovate at any cost. Mm-hmm. Let's make the most amount of money we can make from Australia point of view, on a global level. And I understand the urgency for that. I love technology. I think it's going to serve us very well, but there is a cost to it. And there will be a human cost, whether it's financial at the moment or not, or you're sort of waiting for harm to happen. So I would suggest in your question that it would go back to making sure that we are leaders in the right way. Mm-hmm. And there's many paths to leadership. And I don't think planting the flag first is going to be helpful if it's also going to create the pathway to do massive destruction and a social erosion. Like, what are we doing? And that's where I've spent so much time in the advocacy space there that's where I'm concerned.
Thank you for that, because I think it's also a question of not over-regulating and paralysing innovation, but then, as you say, putting down the correct safeguards. So I think my sense is the starting point, you're saying, needs to have a stronger demonstration of leadership in terms of what is and what isn't acceptable. Just to paraphrase, very much paraphrase your evidence. But then, take the social media ban, for example. So, great, world leading, it's happening. The next week after it comes in, there are new apps, new platforms. Government then has to go back, e-safety commissioner, redesign legislation, rethink it, it's not working. So I guess, and this can be on notice as well, just in the interest of time, is bridging that gap is the real challenge.
Yes.
So yes, stronger kind of markers at the start of something, but tech, as you say, just moves at such an incredible pace. So
I think,
it's bridging that gap.
It's also like, I talk a lot about, regulators need to regulate better. Developers need to develop better. Educators need to educate better. Parents need to parent better. This is one of those things that we're dealing with is multifaceted, intersectional. It's a whole community, the whole Australia needs to come together to figure this out. And it's, because if we don't do one end, it's going to come out in another area. What's happening with technology facilitated gender-based violence is going to then affect mental health. And we already know that. We see how tech's being used in a negative way against our children, algorithm duty of care. US is going through this at the moment. You can see this through what's playing with Meta in their legal system. That Meta, that platform is now being held accountable because some of the harms that they knew were there, where they were known. And I think as well for Australia to be leaders, not just in regulation, but also in our response to things. When what happened with Grok was happening, with the massive amount of exploitative material to be created at scale. I wrote to government to say, why are you using that platform? Why are we not being leaders? Other countries did. Other countries said, you know what, if you're going to allow that to be created, we're not going to use you. And then those platforms had to adjust because by not doing anything, you're complicit.
And the cost of actually trying to retrofit those risks that we've already experienced is far more than if we designed it at the beginning.
Ms. Farnham, you said other countries pushed back. Can you give me an example?
Well, for example, with Grok, there were some countries, I feel like it was Brazil, that as soon as that they, it doesn't get to me much worse than the capacity to generate child sexual abuse material, right? We should never be using a platform as a government that would allow that to occur. We should be leaders in that space. So when they were able to say, we're not using you until you fix that. So we need to be able to consider that we have our own responsibility in leaders in using platforms that would allow those behaviors to happen. And so, I would challenge, why would we do that? Why are we on X if it's going to allow that to happen?
No.
I think other governments.
I'm trying to understand what did they do to.
They banned it. You were not allowed to use it in their government. They stopped using X, for example, until it resolved what was going on. They stopped using it. Which I understand when it comes to social media, it's difficult because that is the way we disseminate information. But we also have to be understanding if it's going to be allowing to produce that at scale with such velocity and the harm that's happening from that is unacceptable.
Okay. Shane.
I thought one of the most powerful things I've read in a long time was written by you. I thought the emerging technology should not be understood as secondary or incidental contributors to gender inequality and harm. So we tend to downplay it. We tend to say it's just a platform, that people actually are doing it, but you're saying they're contributing. And that unless we develop those technologies with human rights at the core, then they function as primary drivers of that.
Yeah.
Can you explore that a bit further? Because I thought that's an incredibly powerful statement from you.
So what we firmly believe is that if you're thinking about creating technology that creates economic resilience, if you create technology that's got strength in the technology, but then also social cohesion, what you get is gender equality being adjacent and part of national security. So if in Australia, if we think about that, we don't have enough women creating those technology, and our WGEA reporting is beautiful. But nobody is calling out the fact that those companies that are seeing their women walk out the door, they're not raising that as an issue. And what we're seeing is they're putting a lot of effort, including the government, putting a lot of effort and cost in recruiting young people in, but not seeing them come up to the leadership level that is going to actually change the harm that is being created within the technology. What would you add?
And how do we get those human rights at the core of it? Does that have to be from government saying we'll only use your platform if these are things that are absolutely the core? Or is there a statement? I mean, is there a constitutional? What do we do to say you will produce that, but we'll let you do that, and the community will let you do it, but you've got to respect all these things?
I think that's the difficulty at the moment.
Very hard.
There are other parts of the world that have frameworks down and they have stronger regulations when it comes to this. And maybe that's how they're able to, navigate around it. Culturally, it comes down to that sort of, you're putting a lot of responsibility on the business to do the right thing. Some people are making mistakes accidentally, so they don't realize that what they're using could be weaponized in a way that they had not intended. Some people are doing it and they intend it, right? So it's also knowing intrinsically what did that person want to do with that technology. And some people are 5 steps ahead of us. So they already know that it may look like it's going to do this, but they already had this, and this in mind. So it's also, as a government, understanding what are the actors at play, and are they good actors or bad actors? Are we protecting against it? It's very nuanced, right? This is an area where we don't want to over-regulate. I understand that. But then if we're not over-regulating, who's over-monitoring then? And how do we have checks and measures in place if we're not going to have firm regulations? Like, and this is across many layers. Like, when I read ethics policies and I'm reading things in new AI policy, I'm always looking for ethics because that's really if we're working on making sure human rights due diligence is core at our business like level with developers, then we need to make sure that they have opportunity to learn those skills, that we're talking about it. You know, I've been to tech conferences where the ethics component's like the 20-minute thing before lunch. No one's really listening, you know, like that needs to be part of it. It's a cultural thing. We need to make sure that human rights due diligence is part of who we are. And that, you know, when we talk about technology and AI specifically, it is under at a UN level and as a member state of the UN, that's one of the very first principles in that statement is that we need to make sure that human rights are always at the forefront, that it is a tech, could have the capacity to harm. And with technology in particular, who's still excluded? And we need to have somebody who's talking about that, whether that's at a government level to look for the gaps. And sometimes with tech, you know, because it is so technology-based that some people don't have that deeper training or expertise in that, but then you still have to have a human rights expertise in there. So you have to have people that are in those committees or on those panels that have both sets of understanding so that you have that real holistic approach to how do you resolve it.
My final question, Chair, and it's something that Chris, you mentioned twice, and that was the fact that women are involved in STEM in workplaces, but they get to sort of middle ranking. My word used middle, but middle ranking levels, but they don't go any further or rarely go any further. What are the sort of structural barriers to women in STEM workplace that prevent them getting further? Are they the same as you might find in law or medicine or construction or wherever? What are the barriers?
So the barriers are that and not just in Australia, women carry a lot of the social responsibilities. So it's the caring for both children, it's the caring for older people. That's still, as a nation and as a globe, we have not conquered that. So there's a heavy proportion still on those women actually doing that. The second thing is that it's very hard being a woman and getting to that level and looking around and not being treated as an equal. And that comes back in and, you know, none of us like being measured on pay. But when you think, well, why am I getting paid less than the other person? There needs to be that equality within it. And we've done some amazing things in Australia around the media bans. We've done it on Wajir. Sarah and I presented how brilliantly we've done those sorts of things. But nobody's standing up and saying to, you know, the big tech companies or government, even in government, look at your gender equality and have a look where the fall-off is and address those issues. And what we're saying is, you know, what I come back to is we're thinking gender equality is a social issue. I don't think so. I think it's a strategic issue. It's governing our security, it's governing how we're seen as a country, it's governing how we live.
Yep. I couldn't finish. I think that finishes that session very, very
Sorry.
well. That's beautiful. Thank you very much.
Madonna, you've got the last question.
Thank you. I just wanted to circle back because we've had a long discussion about safeguards and justice mechanisms and regulation, etc. But technology facilitated gender-based violence and online exploitation. In your submission, you say that it intensifies during humanitarian and climate disasters, etc. Can you just explain how technology is? How the technology enablement is? Why is it greater during those times?
I'm trying to recall why my point was around it. I think
During conflict too.
Yeah, conflict. Well, there's times that technology is used in a coercive way, whether that's to control you and manipulate you and to make sure that you're not having access to things. You know that. So at a generic level. It could be speaking to the fact that when systems go out, you may not have access to things, and maybe if you're being restricted from things. I mean, climate-based issues affect women. We know that generically anyway. And I'm trying to. Sorry, I'm trying to think about what specifically did I.
Can you just rephrase
That
the question?
technology-facilitated violence, gender-based violence, is greater, or it intensifies during times of crisis or climate disasters, conflict, etc. And I was trying to understand why during that time is technology enablement intensified.
I would also go back to like what's happening overseas at the moment. That, you know, I've been to the UN. I've been in talking about technology facilitated gender-based violence. They were talking about giving examples from their country about the information that's restricted. You're excluded from data. You're not provided with enough information, or maybe your news source is actually, you know, their governments may be corrupt, and so they're only getting to hear one point of view. So you could argue that technology is being weaponized against their constituents, that they would then not have the full information, or it would be fake news, or whatever the language you want to use it. So the nuance there is that, yes, the government itself could be giving you wrong information, you could be excluded, or you could be propaganda could be infiltrating your news feed or your algorithm, and who's monitoring that and tracking that, and are you sure it's a credible data source? Or could it be the opposite, where your partner is providing control over you in those environments, when it talks about whether there's a lot of, you know, girls that are being excluded from even education. Look at Afghanistan. There was women that were there presenting from there that talked about how technology is being weaponized against them. If they have access to it, they don't have access fully. They don't have the open internet as we would have it. So it's very controlled.
Yeah.
And when it can be controlled, anything that can store your data, that can control, that can be used against you. So that's a lot when technology you consider, and I talk about this at conferences, is that consider everything that you use that can store data. That can be used against you.
Thank you.
I also think there's a stigma attached to it. So the people actually experiencing that really don't want to report in, feel undervalued, feel not recognised, don't feel equal. And that's what we see as happening.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've come to the end of the session, so once again, thank you for appearing before the committee today. You haven't been asked for any additional information, but if you wish to supplement any of the responses you've made, please contact the Secretariat by the 2nd of June with your additional response. And if you do provide additional responses, they will appear on the website to this inquiry, so they'll become public documents. You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee today. Again, if you feel you need to make any corrections, please do so by contacting the Secretariat. I now suspend the committee's public hearing until 11:15. Once again, good morning. It being 11:15, the subcommittee will now resume its public hearing for its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome representatives from Women in International Security Australia to give evidence today. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I invite members of the subcommittee to introduce themselves before we move on to the witness. I'm Tony Zappia, the chair of the committee. Madonna, perhaps I'll...
Madonna Jarrett, member for Brisbane from Queensland.
Shane Newman, federal member for Blair in South East Queensland.
And Claire Clutterham, member for Sturt in South Australia.
And I believe we have Senator Dean Smith on the line. Dean, can you hear us?
I can hear you well, thank you, Chair.
And Jess Collins, Senator Jess Collins, are you still with us? Apparently not. I now welcome Professor Maria Ruiz and ask you to make an opening statement if you wish, and then we'll move on to some questions and discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the invitation to appear today. So my name is Maria Ross-Trubley, and I am President of Women in International Security Australia, and I'm also a Professor of International Relations at the University of Melbourne. And my research focuses on international security, including gender and diversity. So my short opening statement is draws from WISE Australia's written submission, and I just would like to acknowledge that this was co-authored by a team of colleagues at WISE Australia, including Afia Akhan, Dr. Seyoon Park, Dr. Elise Stevenson, Dr. Shannon Zimmerman, and myself. And I'm also drawing on more than 2 decades of academic research in this field based on my work as a professor. So I did want to mention just quickly about WISE Australia. We're an independent Australian-based charity dedicated to advancing gender equity, diversity, and inclusion in international and national security policy, practice, and scholarship. We're a proud affiliate of Women in International Security Global, which is headquartered in Washington, D.C. They have, I think, around 50 chapters around the world, but we are autonomous. You know, we have an affiliation, but we operate autonomously to address the specific institutional, policy, and cultural dynamics of Australia's national security ecosystem. So I'd be happy to tell you more about WISE Australia, but in terms of the content of the important content being covered by the committee, our central message is straightforward. Gender equality is not peripheral to national or economic security, but rather it's a core capability issue. The evidence, the academic research is very, very clear. First, on the positive side, gender diversity and diversity more broadly is good for business. There's more innovation, there's higher profits when you have diverse C-suites, when you have diverse boards. Diversity keeps you from strategic blind spots, and that's the case whether it's in the boardroom or if it's on, the field. So we know from decades of research that diversity is good if you want to have innovative and profitable, well-run businesses, including government agencies, including defense and foreign affairs. On the other side, the evidence is also clear that countries with higher levels of gender inequality are more prone to conflict, instability, and violent extremism. And in particular, gendered ideologies, particularly misogyny and backlash politics, they're not merely social attitudes. They're deeply embedded in pathways to violence, including domestic abuse, online radicalization, and ideological extremism. Unfortunately, Australia is not immune to these dynamics. We are seeing, and I'm sure some of the other colleagues who presented today, a number of surveys in Australia showing rising misogyny, growing online radicalization, and persistent workforce pressures across our national security institutions. These trends intersect in ways that directly affect our security environment and our ability to respond effectively to that security environment. I think this is really important given the current international context, where we're seeing significant political and institutional pushback against gender equality and DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion frameworks in the United States. And this just underscores the fact that progress is neither linear nor guaranteed. It matters for Australia because norms, institutional practices, and policy narratives travel, especially amongst close allies. So retreat elsewhere can weaken the legitimacy of inclusive security practices globally, unless countries like Australia treat them as core to capacity rather than just optional commitments. A topic that I do a lot of research in myself is from a workforce and readiness perspective. Gender equality directly affects our security capability. Gender inequality shrinks the talent pool, it exacerbates retention challenges, and it weakens decision making. This issue isn't just recruitment, but also progression, retention, and influence, especially at the senior levels. Homogenous institutions are more vulnerable to groupthink and blind spots, which is a risk we simply cannot afford in the complex strategic environment that we face today. I also want to note a significant portion of the report talks about that gender equality requires an intersectional approach, looking not just at gender, but at race, at disability, at age, at linguistic diversity. An intersectional approach strengthens our strategic effectiveness by improving regional diplomacy, intelligence analysis, and crisis response. And we have a number of reports that show that women of color in particular remain underutilized in our national security community, despite their clear strategic relevance to Australia's engagement in the Indo-Pacific. We're talking about language capacity, cultural literacy, and community trust. These are all strategic assets that if we want to make the best use of, we need to pay attention to intersectional gender equality. So our submission recommends 4 headline actions. Number 1, treating gendered threats such as misogyny and online radicalization as a mainstream security issue. Number 2, embedding domestic accountability for women, peace, and security commitments, not just looking at what we can do overseas. Engaging civil society and gender expertise systematically rather than ad hoc. And investing in public messaging, not only to counter disinformation and backlash, but also to normalize women as authoritative experts in national security, not just in the government, but in the media and think tanks, universities, and other places in the national security ecosystem. So to close, I just want to say that gender equality strengthens Australian security, resilience, and legitimacy. At a time when gender equality is increasingly politicized internationally, Australia has an opportunity to demonstrate that inclusion isn't ideology, it's about foresight. Embedding gender equality in our national security policy and our workforces is about preparedness, resilience, and strategic credibility in this increasingly unstable world. Wise Australia and I would be very pleased to assist the committee further. Thank you.
Professor Rubley, thank you very much for that opening statement. I'm going to kick off the discussion. I understood you to say that we're seeing rising gender inequality, and I assume you meant across the world or just here in Australia. Regardless, my question is really this. Given that in recent decades there has been a focus on more equality for women, across all sectors of society, why are we seeing a rise? In other words, we're almost seeing the reverse of what I think governments, and certainly here in Australia, have been trying to change.
Yes, that's a great question, and there's a lot of researchers looking at that question because we've documented. You're right; it's not just in Australia. This is definitely taking place not just across the Western world, but globally. The backlash against gender equality, and there's a number of factors that go into that. One is the increasing polarization and fragmentation of media sources and where people get their media, especially in internet and online spaces. People essentially will pick communities and only trust material from those communities. And that, of course, whether that is left or right or Depending on, it doesn't matter. When you're only getting information from, very certain narrow sources, it's going to make things more difficult. But the online ecosystem has really been a place for misogyny and attitudes about gendered violence to flourish. For example, Dr. Shannon Zimmerman, one of the co-authors of the report, has done a lot of research on this, looking at, it's called the manosphere, and essentially how these ideas about how, feminism hurts women, women really, if women aren't staying at home, if women are pursuing education and employment, then that actively hurts men. Narratives like that become normalized and, it's the truth. And so it can be hard to combat that, especially when you combine that with the impact of online influencers who are seen as cool, unfortunately, and so that captures the imagination of younger men, especially, and makes it difficult even for high school, women high school teachers, to operate. So not even getting into our security institutions, but just, in high schools around Australia and elsewhere. And so I think that is one of the main factors, the fragmentation of news sources and then this online ecosystem, which has enabled misogynist attitudes to flourish.
Thank you. Dean, if you're with us, you can have the next question.
Thank you very much. What is it about the resilience or lack of resilience about? I'll start again. I'll start again. Why is it that we have made such progress in terms of greater female participation?
Dean, we've just lost you. I don't know what went wrong. If I can't get you back online right now, I'll come back to you a little bit later. So I might just go to Claire, and then we'll come back to you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have two questions. The first one just relates to the National Defence Strategy and the recommendation that gender equality be seen as a traditional national security issue. So having read through that document, I did note there was only two references to women, one in the context of the need to recruit and retain more women in the ADF, and then the other one about how women and girls are disproportionately affected during times of conflict. So in your view, what would good look like in a national defence strategy if gender equality was treated in the same way as other more traditional national security issues?
I think it wouldn't just appear as add-ons. And I think, unfortunately, and I know there's a lot of great work being done in defense, and so this is not a critique of my colleagues in defense, but, we have a system that is there, and if you want to make changes to the system, they tend to be add-ons rather than integrated. And so what we really need is gender equality integrated so that it's appearing throughout. For example, in training that happens in defense, rather than having a gender equality training, module, rather that's just part of any training module that comes up. And my understanding is that that's something that defense is working on. And so I think this is a frustration. There's the idea is that, national security involves these things, and gender equality is important, so we'll just, it's a value we believe in, and so we'll just tack it on here or there, but without understanding about how it actually is part and parcel of everything that we do. And, an example of this, if we have gender perspectives throughout everything that we're doing, there was a mission to help a Pacific Island country after a natural disaster, and period products were brought in, and they were brought in only in small and medium sizes. And so if you had gendered expertise that was also, culturally competent, with intersectionality, it would have been quite aware that this would actually be seen as offensive rather than helpful, because these sizes are not, going to fit everyone. And, that's just a very small piece, but it shows more broadly that we need to be asking questions about gender all the time. in talking with colleagues in defense, or I do a lot of executive education through, speaking with people in defense that way. I've been asked, we have 3 minutes to brief, the senior person. How do I add gender in here? And so I think the senior person has to be saying, where is gender in this? So it's got to come from the top, or else it gets squashed out.
Yeah, and so naturally and organically woven throughout the strategy, as opposed to having, a separate section, no doubt, at the end that then sort of summarises everything. And organically, by that I mean like not every single thing in the strategy is needs to be seen through a gendered lens, but having it woven through where appropriate.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you. And my second question is, it's from recommendation number 4, at least it's number 4 in our summary page. This is increased public messaging about the importance of gender equality and increasing engagement between Home Affairs, Defence and DFAT with the public. Again, what would good look like in your view with respect to that recommendation?
Yeah, I actually think that's a really important recommendation. If you don't mind, just sort of just to say why that is. And that is, Defense has trouble recruiting women, and they're doing a little better. Defense is doing better in recruitment more generally, but we're still not hitting targets, and we're not hitting targets for women. And part of that is a lot of the changes that we're trying to drive are internal changes. We need to change our recruitment retention policies, our parental leave, our sexual harassment policies. But actually, part of the problem that we're not actually addressing is the socialization that that happens outside of defense, that happens prior to people thinking about, is this a good career for me? And so this public messaging is really important, that, women are natural leaders in national security and defense. And so, it can be as simple as when you have panels, ensuring that, you have a gender diverse panel, that when you are putting together, topics, for example, publications, that gender isn't just, something added in the last chapter. And then also talking and sharing back and forth, because there is good work being done in Home Affairs and Defence, DFAT, the Australian Federal Police, and sharing what works. And, there are, not everyone necessarily would agree with Wise Australia's sort of, statements here. And frankly, talking with people who question or have concerns or are skeptics, and engaging with them honestly, as opposed to just saying, it's our way or the highway.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
I think we have Senator Dean Smith back on the line. Dean, are you with us? And if so, can you proceed with your question?
Thank you very much, Chair. So my question is this. We have seen progress towards greater female participation in decision-making, greater female participation in public and political life, in business. So we've seen these advances happen generally, but now we are often told that there's a level of the headwinds against those advances are so strong that those advances are being lost or diminished. Why is it that those advances haven't been more resilient, or they've not been able to be so better embedded, so that when headwinds do arise, rather than there being a regression, it's not perhaps the status quo?
That's a great question, and actually that's a point I want to make about the backlash that's happening, that it does need to be integrated. It can't just be an add-on, that can then be dropped when the political winds change. And I think part of that is because, national security institutions, and by that I mean not only the government, but I'm talking about think tanks and, and universities, the broader ecosystem. They've been set up in a certain way, in a path-dependent way, where national security is thought about. This is national security, and that has been expanded somewhat, but there's still a lot of, people who don't who don't want to change, who are resistant to change. And so we have seen some change, but we haven't been able to have it integrated. For example, gender advisors. So research on gender advisors internationally shows that the best way for a gender advisor to get anyone to listen to their message is to talk about it purely as strategic capability. And if you talk about it as anything other than that, you are not going to be heard. And that gender advisors, find it difficult to get in front of decision makers. And so, these things are in there, but they are not well integrated. So I think because of these path-dependent ways in which the national security institutions have been set up and changing those take time, it's difficult. The other thing is that I don't think it's always come from the top. And this isn't necessarily Australia, this is generally. I mean, research shows that even in businesses, if you want to have better gender equality, not just tick the box exercise, but where you actually have, see improvements in outcome and, retention and recruitment and satisfaction for women, then you have to have somebody at a senior level with KPIs. And if that doesn't happen, then these things, again, tend to just get relegated to people who, they're the gender advisor or, the diversity officer, and where they have very little power, and it depends on sort of the charisma and personal connections of the person doing the job, as opposed to it actually being as part of the institution and something that the leadership has to give account for.
Second question, if I may. Previous witness talked about attitudes and how there can be regressive or reactionary attitudes held by women about the proper role and influence that women should have. If you agree with that, what do you think are the most powerful ways of informing and educating women that might have regressive or views that would inhibit greater appreciation of gender involvement, gender activity?
Yes, that's a good question, and I think research shows that women, especially in defense and national security workforces, are hesitant to call themselves a feminist, are hesitant to talk about gender because they feel like it's going to set them apart, that they're going to be seen as, sort of that screechy woman who's always complaining. And so it's actually changing the larger culture and setting the tone from the top that these things are appropriate. And it's not just the very top. It's got to be sort of at mid-levels and lower levels in leadership where, when backdoor conversations happen, that, gender equality is expected and it's normalized rather than it's something that people roll their eyes at. And so I think part of the issue in terms of, and I do agree that, it's clear, I don't see how anyone could disagree, that some women hold sort of gender aggressive attitudes just like some men do. The proportion is higher in men, but that part of that is because, women believe that if they display otherwise, it's going to hurt their career and it's going to hurt their acceptance with their work colleagues.
The proportion may be higher in men, but if a male can point to a female that has regressive attitudes, that can disproportionately have greater influence. I'm not sure about that. I also don't think we should be, personally, I think the best way to proceed with this is not to say, let's try and fix the women, but let's try and fix the structures and incentives and institutions. Oh, no. I think it's important to understand exactly where are all the points of resistance is the motivation behind my inquiry. But thank you very much for your time.
Yes, and I agree that we shouldn't be excluding things. It's just rather prioritizing would be my my argument.
Okay, I'll go to Madonna.
Thank you. Good morning. I just wanted to go back to your comments on the importance of intersectionality because I completely agree there has to be some integration there. But like, what needs to change, and what is the role of government? Like, what does good look like in that space, particularly in relation to women, peace, and security?
Yes, that's. There's actually been new research coming out in Australia on this, and my colleagues Afia Akhan and Dr. Sayun Park wrote that section. They have particular expertise in that, so I'm going to draw on their work. One of the things is that Australia typically doesn't talk about race, and instead we tend to talk about CALD, culturally and linguistically diverse, whereas CALD and race do not overlap. There can be intersection, but there doesn't have to be. And that actually not talking about race can, for example, there's a study came out in the last year looking at healthcare outcomes for racial minorities in Australia. And because we don't collect that data, it actually can lead to worse outcomes. And so I think having open conversations about this and we have to collect data before we can make improvements, and because we don't collect any data on race, it is an issue. I think another area of improvement is, I'm not sure how to fix it, to be honest. I think we need an open discussion. We need to be grappling with this. We have colleagues, for example, of Chinese background, and I know colleagues who work in national security and have been questioned. They've told me repeatedly, they've told me that they've repeatedly been asked, "Are you a spy?" And so they no longer work in national security spaces. They've sort of moved to, other areas in international relations because they're just tired of constant, microaggressions insulting them. And so we have to, what's going on here and how can we stop that? This is an incredible loss of strategic talent, that we need to understand the way that, all countries in our region think. And to do that, you need that language competency, you need the cultural competency. And so I don't have an answer on that. What I think we need to do is take it seriously and start looking at it.
Because when I look at that, it almost like that's a whole cultural education piece, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And which actually leads me to my next question too, in relation to your comments around hypermasculinity and the manosphere. I have not had the pleasure of watching that yet, but I know all about it. But how do we, if social media is one of the main drivers, how do we address that? Because if you took social media out of the equation, we would still have a cohort. I guess what I'm trying to get my head around is, has social media really driven the rise in that cohort? And then what's the answer? I know there's no simple answer, but yeah, just your thoughts on how we can start thinking more strongly about this.
Yes, I definitely think that social media amplifies it and makes it more acceptable and normalizes it. And so, where in the past, young boys and young girls, they really wouldn't they wouldn't hear that kind of messaging, that women should really, if they take jobs, then they're taking jobs away from men and it hurts men. But because of, the rise of these influencers and frankly, social media, and, in this case, I'm not talking from Wise Australia, but from myself, companies that profit, they profit off of algorithms, and it's something controversial, it gets more views, and then, they put it into people's feeds because they know that it'll keep their attention on that social media platform longer. And so this is not my area of research, and so I hope it's okay if I say, I'm not sure how we handle that. I do know that there's research being done on this, funded. In fact, Dr. Shannon Zimmerman is working, has a grant with New South Wales looking at this, and Monash University is working on this. A grant, Dr. Alex Phelan is a colleague of mine, and she's working on research related to this. And so I think the other thing is that this should be prioritized, that government says that this is a real problem and we need to understand it and look at how we fix it, and then be willing to actually put effort and money into studying it. And I think we've started that, but certainly if you look at, calls for, defense grants, for example, this type of grant would be just a tiny, tiny percentage of the grants that are awarded. And so considering the impact that, misogyny and violent extremism can have on Australia's domestic security and our regional security, I would argue that we need more research and more funding looking into these issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shane, you've got the last question.
My question relates to that advancing intersectional leadership and the bamboo ceiling, which I thought was very interesting the way you put it there.
Yes.
It's not just about a diversity deficit, and you talk about the 8.7% of Australians who are females from Asian Australians, and the fact they're not represented as high commissioners or ambassadors, nor I would put it in national security areas as well. So I'd like you to explore the reasons why that's important. You talk about it being a governance risk, you talk about it being implications for national security effectiveness, and on page 10 and 11 you talked about the perception internationally of Australia, because we're not, the voices of people here are not necessarily represented in the fora around the world on our behalf.
Yes. Again, I think this goes back to, questions about race in Australia, and again, leaning on the work of my colleagues that, there is some research coming out looking at this, and it is important for a number of reasons. As you mentioned, I used to teach at ANU, and I was part of a Track 2 dialogue where people from around the region came together, and someone made the comment that no one at a certain level or above at ANU was from an Asian ethnicity, even though it was the College of Asian Pacific, and that the voices of countries in the region aren't taken seriously, and they're only looked at from a certain perspective, which tends to be white. And so, ANU's made changes, and that's not the case anymore. But so there's a perception issue, and how countries perceive us, and do they believe that we're engaging with them legitimately, organically, in a partnership manner, or is it just purely instrumental? And certainly having highly capable, culturally competent Australians of a mix of ethnicities and racial backgrounds helps with that. But then there's also, so there's the perception, but then there's also the reality, as we mentioned, that, institutions that draw leadership from a narrow social base, they just miss things. And just an example, I was working with a group of people. This was a Track 2 meeting, including Australians and others, talking about issues related to protest around U.S. bases in Japan. And so that's not directly Australia relevant, but, and people were, arguing about why this was happening, and someone spoke up and said, I come from a colonized country, and these people are upset because they feel colonized. And, they were able to speak with authenticity and brought, changed the debate. And people suddenly took that very seriously, whereas if that person hadn't been in the room, that would have been missed. And even like someone like me could bring that up, but I don't speak with that background. And so, we have to have, people with different perspectives, drawing from different cultural backgrounds, to be able to bring those perspectives so that we can come up with better plans, to come up with better ways of engaging organically with our regional partners.
Thank you.
Okay. We've reached the end of our time for this session, so Professor Rubley, thank you very much for appearing before the subcommittee. If you wish to provide any supplementary information in response to one of the questions that's been asked today, can you please do so by the 2nd of June?
Certainly.
You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee today. Again, if you feel you need to make any transcription changes to it, please contact the Secretary to do that. With that, once again, thank you for appearing before the committee today.
Thank you.
now welcome Dr. Helen Durham, AO, Chief Executive Officer of Red R Australia, to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee?
Helen Durham. I appear here on behalf of Red R Australia, also in my role as a professorial fellow at Melbourne Law School and as an elected member of the Standing Commission of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Commission, which is the highest decision-making body of the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. So I'm intersectional in my identity.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcript of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. You don't have to do that. We thought you had a colleague today, but you're here by yourself, so you won't need to do that. I'm Tony Zapier, the chair of the committee. If I can just go to my colleagues. Claire.
I'm Claire Clutterham, the federal member for Sturt, which is in Adelaide, South Australia.
I'm Shane Yeaman, the federal member for Blair, which is based in Ipswich and country areas surrounding in South East Queensland.
Madonna Jarrett, member for Brisbane in Queensland.
And online we have Senator Dean Smith. Dean, are you with us? Yep, Dean's from Western Australia.
I certainly am. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now invite Dr. Durham to make an opening statement, and we will then proceed to some questions.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honour to appear before you with this inquiry. It's a topic that's very near and dear to my heart, and I've spent over 30 years of my professional life focused on many of these issues. As I mentioned, I come in a number of capacities, but what I really enjoy in my work is the elements to look at the issues from the field perspective, and I've done a lot of work in the field overseas, from an academic perspective where I teach and research, and also as a leader in Red R Australia, as I see the impact of the deployees we send into UN agencies that have a gender focus. There's many topics I'm sure you're interested to ask me about, so I will leave you obviously with the time to do that. I wanted to flag just a couple of things before we start briefly. We know along the temporal scope that in societies, and we see this in many reputable reports from the World Bank and OECD and other documents, societies that have better gender equality have more likely to have stability and capacity to have peaceful societies and interactions globally. We know that during times of armed conflict and natural disaster, there is an exacerbation of pre-existing inequalities, so we see significant suffering. And great suffering is not just a consequence, it's also a cause of armed conflict. And I often talk about the vicious circle that keeps it going. And we also know through IMF and UN agencies, UN Women, that post-conflict, the involvement of women and the lack of discrimination assists in societies to flourish. So we know along the temporal scope, this issue of gender equality is critical. But I think there's a couple of points I wanted to flag first. One is it's very important we don't locate women exclusively as victims. I think we live in a fast-paced world where we absorb a lot of information, and sometimes we want to put women in one category, and we therefore lose the, I would say, the intellectual and the policy capacities to more usefully use human agency and the agency of women. And secondly, Australia is doing a number of really important things in this space. I would say the Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Workers that has a gender element, and also the statecraft of many, many amazing Australians working in institutions globally on this particular issue are things that I think we really need to amplify. So without any further ado, I'm very keen to answer any of your questions that you may be interested in.
Thank you for those opening remarks. And again, I'll begin with my first question. Given your many years of experience in working on gender inequality issues, where there have been some advances where you think things have improved, what do you see as being perhaps the reasons for those improvements? And when we're trying to tackle an inequality problem, what would you say is the first one or two things that we need to do to change whatever is happening and to get more equality inbred into the system?
Well, thank you. That's a big PhD question, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best to be concise. I would start by a mind frame change. I think traditionally when we're trying to do help, whether it be in the humanitarian sector or in policies, we've thought about it through the prism of do unto others as we'd like done to ourselves. And that's a good starting point. But today I think the biggest shift we've seen is the idea that do unto others as they want done to them. And to think very differently about the fact that listening to diverse voices, as we clearly know through evidence and through experience, will allow better policy decision-making, international legal negotiations, and also outcomes in places like the field. And I will give an example. When I was working with ICRC and in Africa, I was in the field in a particular country, and their women's groups were really keen to get extra protection because they were being victims of sexual violence. And so in my last role, I had a large group of armed forces delegates who would go out and engage with the non-state armed groups or the military to try and teach them about the not only the laws that prohibit the use of sexual violence, but the impact of military outcomes if you don't terrorise the communities. And that was all about to happen. And then the women said, no, we don't want that. We want to be able to have a safe space where we can sit and directly engage with those that are armed groups that are fighting against us. We want to explain it to us. And so if you don't take that step from listening and understanding what is really needed, you can spend a lot of money and a lot of resources on creating structures, policies, laws that actually don't really connect. So the first thing I would say is listen and find out what is the people who are affected's real needs first. And women are, in my experience, incredibly resilient, incredibly sophisticated, whether I've been in places of detention in Myanmar or in the field in Mozambique or in Mogadishu. You talk to the women themselves and they very often have great answers. So a shift in mind frame that we know how to apply the best. The second thing I would say is the surfacing up, and I've seen this in many places, where women's voices can be seen not as a symbolic, add women a mix, but actually being there and seen as leaders and not just victims. We know that women have incredible capacity in peace building and peace prevention. So as a starting point, without doing a PhD on this, I would say changing the way we approach the problem by listening first and providing incredibly strong and I would say powerful role models that can demonstrate that we've got a different way of doing things.
Thank you. Dean, if you're on the line, you've got the next question.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just interested in understanding what are some of the preconditions in a community or in a society that might be indicators of, positive transition to better gender involvement, and what might be some of the preconditions or early signs of, more difficult pathway to have to traverse for a particular country, society or community?
Thank you. Once again, a wonderfully broad and very pertinent question. I'll start with the second part first. We know that when you see an increase in domestic violence, when you see higher mortality rates of women in reproductive areas, we know that when we see children not going to school and therefore a lack of capacity for education, that society is starting to not just remain fragile but slide into a difficult and likely to have more use of force to resolve disputes. So I'd say all those indicators around quality of life, but particularly use of violence against women. The positive indicators are often where you see women actually getting access to what they need. So I want to use an example of one of the deployees of Red R Australia who was in Fiji working with the Fijian community of social services to help gender equality, to help make sure that society wasn't so fragile. And she went and asked the women, particularly in the rural communities, what did they want? And there was a whole range of offers from maternal health support and others. And what they wanted was the capacity to learn how to write applications for grants so that they could have the empowerment to decide where they want to go. And therefore, women being able to access what I would call the infrastructure that society offers is very significantly an indication where women are putting into local grants, getting more support around childcare, around response to children and education, around their own health, around family access to resources in the society is often an indication where society is going in the right direction. So I hope that gives you a little bit of clarity. It's a complex area, and I'm happy to further answer if you've got questions to add on to that.
So where does economic participation fit in that discussion? Is it a consequence, or is it a precursor to more respect to female participation?
It's both. Certainly in experiences I've seen where you provide women microloans in places like Afghanistan, where they have very, very little access to working in a formal environment, it can really assist society moving forward. And we know time and time again that women in business are a good indicator in societies that are trying to hold on from being too fragile. So it's both a precursor in the space of prevention, but it's also very important when difficult times occur.
Do you have a view about which political and electoral structures better facilitate, the transition to, more female participation in decision making, move towards better resilience in countries? It's a similar question I asked a previous witness. And so, do you have a view about compulsory versus voluntary voting, multi-member constituencies versus single-member constituencies, unicameral versus bicameral parliamentary structures?
Thank you. I'm unfortunately not an expert in some of these elements, but what I have witnessed in many, many countries, and I personally believe that the compulsory voting is a very powerful part of allowing people to be required to educate themselves. So I think in relation to compulsory voting, when you have very low rates of women voting, it's clearly an indicator, it's symbolic, but also an indicator of women disconnected from the political infrastructure or political ecosystem. So I definitely believe that compulsory voting, and once again, the capacity to see, we cannot be what we cannot see, is a well-known statement. The capacity to see strong female politicians and in places of leadership. When I talk to women globally, the inspiration they get when they can see that what is done by women in positions of power is very much moving us towards the direction of more equality. So I would say yes, in my humble knowledge of the political system, the issues you're talking about, compulsory voting or anything that encourages everyone to raise their voice is important in gender equality.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dean. I'll go to Madonna and then Shane.
Thank you. I've actually quite a few questions. You mentioned straight up front it's important not to locate women as victims. Are you seeing a shift in that in terms of government programs and support to support gender equality across our region, or are we still too focused in that way?
I think we are seeing some shifts, which is great. There's certainly, we know that in the ADF, for example, we've got 21% of service people are women. And certainly when I started working in this area many years ago, the percentages were much lower. So, and we've allowed through policy, obviously, a stronger capacity for women to engage across the sector in ADF. I do believe that because of the news cycle reporting and because of how quickly we absorb negative news, you really often only hear about women as the victims, as passive. And I found that many years ago I was teaching a course, Women, War and Peace Building at Melbourne Law School, and they thought, everyone who started thought it was only going to be about sexual violence against women. And of course that is a massive issue, sexual violence against both men and women. But there was so much more to talk about. And I think today, actually, last week, I finished teaching another master's course on international humanitarian law, and people have a much more sophisticated understanding of the different roles women play. I think when women are purely located as victims, we're not encouraged to listen to their voices. We're not encouraged to see them having solutions. They are located as the problem. So I think we're on a slow shift. I had a lot of students that were from Indonesia and from the region, Myanmar and other countries, who have a much higher capacity to surface up the different roles that women play. In Myanmar, 10% of the non-state armed groups are women-led. So we've got some very high levels of women engagement.
And do you therefore see, so I'm thinking about Australia's, role in foreign affairs and aid, are you though seeing what we're contributing as a country, like on the ground, how it's operating on the ground? Is that shift like really being, something that's very evident? Is there something we can do more of to support that?
Yes, and of course, in this space, it's always difficult, isn't it, to get hard cut statistics. But what I am seeing is when I go into the field, and certainly in many of the deployments that Red R does, an awakening in that area of the Australian government's deployments under Australia Assist that Red R used to implement. We had some fantastic deployees, male deployees working with the SPC, looking at the role modelling of men. So shifting the conversation of just being around women and looking at the incredible work we need to do with men to include and increase gender equality. And I certainly see when I talk to institutions regionally that there is a better understanding of that. So Australia is lifting, I think, its fair weight in this space. As I mentioned before, I think globally leading on soft norms like the Declaration of Protection for Humanitarian Workers that has located in it a gender element and says we need accountability if we're going to move forward, that armed conflict and times of crisis have an impact differently on women and men. So I think the more that Australia can show leadership in promoting the concept that we need diverse voices and we need all to be involved in decision making and in leadership positions, the better. I think obviously there's always the requirement of more resources in that area, but I think Australia is punching above its weight in many of these instances.
Thank you.
Okay. Shane?
I'm just interested in the role of gender advisors in national crisis situations. I see you're involved in the field in Cox's Bazar and deploying gender advisors. I was there a few years ago, and when I observed 80% plus of the households are run by women with young children because they've fled Myanmar. But when you go there, it is quite clear that it is so male dominated, the whole of the leadership, and you would see young little girls and young little boys, but you don't see teenage girls or women walking around very regularly. So I'm interested in your experience there and the role you deploy gender advisors. It's not just in Cox's Bazar, but you also engage them in male-dominated industries. So I'm interested in those two aspects.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much. Yes, a number of the deployees that Red R has sent to places like Cox's Bazar, and particularly with UN agencies like UN Women, UNFPA, are exactly to address the issue that you articulated, that how can you make sure that in the decision-making around in the camps or whichever situation they find themselves in, that there is a capacity for women to voice what their needs are, but also often for the community. So I'm thinking also of, we had a fantastic deployee, Catherine, who was a midwife who worked with women in Cox's Bazar to force multiply, teach them, because they weren't getting the access they needed. It wasn't seen as a priority, maternal health, and so she was able to train up to 250 women within Cox's Bazar who weren't medical themselves but then had the capacity to train others to how to assist. So it's really finding those moments within the sort of very patriarchal structure of say, somewhere like Cox's Bazar. When society is under pressure, they often do revert to quite hierarchical systems. So it's fascinating to see what one individual, provided from the Australian government through different humanitarian programs, can have such an impact on, say, the health and safety of women in places like Cox's Bazar. Another example, I think you raised that, was a gender advisor, RIFAT, that we had with the maritime industry in Fiji, because the percentage of women in that industry was very small. And once again, it's an industry that has a massive impact on society. And so being able to go in and once again, in my experience, you don't go in necessarily and use the same language that we would use in Australia, using gender, using inequalities in the same way. You talk about dignity. You talk about the need for everyone to have a capacity to have a voice. And so it's really having that nuance of what is the impact and the aim. You're trying to open up the institution or the society or the camp to a better understanding of how to really address the needs. The other element that is in that space, and I think is very interesting, is some work that I'm involved in with ICRC, International Committee of the Red Cross, and DCAF in Geneva. It's run by a great Australian woman, which is why I see so many shining examples of how Australia is really leading this space. And it is a community of for international humanitarian law practitioners, but to do very practical things. So it's a community of practice for women, peace and security. So making sure that gender equality is embedded in the doctrine of military operations, not as an add-on, but as part of the sort of the training and the institutionalisation of it. So going back to your point, there's a lot of real-life examples where small amounts of effort placed at the right place can make a real difference to many people's lives.
One follow-up, and that is this. What really struck me was you had a militaristic junta in Myanmar cloaking their actions with Buddhist fundamentalism, and yet in the camps there were elements from the male leadership expressing views which were not the kind of views I would normally hear moderate views from Muslim Australian men that I would hear in my electorate. I would never hear those, some of my friends who are Muslims in my electorate. I would never hear those sort of language. Yet they, from time to time, referred to women in a very, very derogatory way. Not always, but occasionally it would seep through. How do we get that? It was like reject fundamentalism here, but adhere in this crisis to a conservative fundamentalist approach that denigrates women and puts women more at risk. How do we address that?
If I had the answer of that, I would be queen of the world, and that would be a great place to be. But
observation, was that an accurate? Is that your experience too at times?
In many instances where I've been, where people are under extreme pressure, I think of IDP camps in Mozambique I've visited, and others where you see a masculine paradigm really surface off because people are under pressure. For example, one of the times when I was in Mozambique, I was working with women there who'd fled from this was just a couple of years ago, fled from the conflict up north, and we're providing a lot of assistance. And one of the things that I asked was to, with an interpreter, find out what was it actually this particular woman really wanted, because I told her she wanted to talk to me. And she said, I'd really like a mat. We have to sleep on these woven mats. I'd really love a mat woven for me because the floor of our hut is dirt and it's about to be rainy season. I don't want my children to sleep in mud. And I said, but there's a lot of capacity to do that. She said, no. Here, only men can do that folding of the mats or the weaving of the mats, and you have to have transactions if you're going to do that. And once again, it was a very masculine construct and something that would lead to, sexual violence or something really quite awful. But it was hidden underneath the way the camp was structured. So I don't want to make an overarching statement because
I didn't interpret what I said as an overarching.
Of course,
but I did hear that.
Yes, and so that's been my experience, and that's where it's so important to get below the power base, find out what's really are the needs. But thank you.
Claire?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Durham. I was interested in just the sum of your field work. So in the papers provided to us, it talks about engagement with militaries and armed actors from the south of the Philippines to Gaza, Iraq and Somalia on the benefits that respectful treatment of women and girls can bring to their societies. And I just wondered, was that successful? Because we're talking about countries where there are some very deeply ingrained gender norms and ideas, very patriarchal societies. Did that have an outcome for women and girls relevant to that particular field exercise? And is that teaching something that is translatable in the Australian context, noting, of course, the differences between the countries we're talking about?
Well, thank you. What we're trying to do here is find out about prevention, and it's always difficult to show what didn't happen, which was the success. That being said, I think of one of the instances that I think was really successful, and we could think about it in Australia, when we were doing engagement with non-state armed groups and armed forces on trying to deal with the better and more respectful treatment of women. It was very clear initially that we had one way of teaching it or one way of engaging, and actually that didn't work. You had to have 3 different ways. So one sort of capacity to engage, whether it's giving lectures or sitting there and doing military exercises, for military commanders and non-state armed groups that actually know sexual violence occurred but don't really care. Versus the ones that knew that sexual violence was occurring and did want to change it but didn't know how to, versus those that actually sub-articulated or sub-called that the use of sexual violence is a cheap and very effective way of prosecuting your military. So what it hit was that we often approach the issue about gender equality through only 1 or 2 entry points, without standing in the shoes of those we're trying to influence. And I've done a lot of work on influencing behaviour. So in a number of the countries that we worked, to see the different impact, and in one particular instance, and as ICRC we have to sign a lot of confidentiality, but in one instance the attacks on women and the local communities went down 30% with using a different way to explain what is going on. So in summary, I do think that it all revolves back to understanding, we have a particular way of putting our society together here, as we know. How can we find ways to influence other societies in doing that? And even in our own society, we'll have a breadth of people across Australia who think actually certain things are okay or that's just what happens, versus those that are very passionate about changing it. And how do we have different types of conversation with the same aim in mind? So that's at a high level, because there's so many other instances that come to mind, particularly in the south of the Philippines and in Mozambique and Mogadishu and Iraq actually. But I think that the binding feature that I've experienced is making sure that the conversation hits correctly. And whilst I do academic work and I teach and I've written a number of books and I engage in academic discussions, we've really got to make sure that we're not applying sometimes rather complex mind frames, which do have a depth of complexity, into situations where people are having to make fast decisions, or they've got limited resources and only a certain amount of bandwidth. So how do we make it as simple as possible whilst keeping the main aim in line?
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Claire. Dr. Durham, thank you very much for appearing before the subcommittee today. We have run out of time, but you haven't been asked for any additional information, but if you wish to supplement any of the answers with additional information, please forward that to the Secretariat by the 2nd of June, and anything that you forward will appear as a submission to the inquiry. You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the subcommittee today, and if you feel again that you need to make any corrections to that, contact the Secretariat to do so. Once again, thank you, and I now suspend this hearing until 1 p.m. It being 1 p.m, the subcommittee will now resume its public hearing for its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome representatives from Alinea International and the Humanitarian Advisory Group to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee? Perhaps if I start from my right.
My name is Aranda Vijay Vikram. I'm the Deputy Director for with Humanitarian Advisory Group.
Thank you.
My name is Josie Flint. I'm an Executive for Humanitarian Advisory Group.
Thank you.
My name is Mia Urbano and I'm the co-CEO of Alinea International.
My name is Dr. Primatia Romana Wulandari. I'm a Senior Consultant from Alinea International.
To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your names before responding to any questions. We can see who you are, but people that are listening in may not know who's speaking, so that's the purpose for that. I'm Tony Zappia, the Chair of the Committee. I'm from South Australia. To my right.
I'm Clay Carter-Ham, Member for Sturt, also from South Australia.
Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair, Ipswich and rural areas in South East Queensland.
Madonna Jarrett, Federal Member for Brisbane in Queensland.
And we may have Senator Dean Smith on the line. Dean, are you back with us? Not at the moment, but he may well be joining us. He's been part of the proceedings all day, so I assume that Dean will get back as soon as he can. I now invite you to make an opening statement, and then we'll go into some questions and discussion. Who wants to go first? And I'll leave it up to you folks to decide that.
Thank you. So Mia Urbano starting. So thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade for the opportunity to present Alinea International's submission on gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. And in keeping with the objectives of this national inquiry, I'd like to commence by making a few acknowledgements. The first is to the Woiwurrung people of the Kulin Nation, on whose lands we meet, and pay respect to their elders, including their women and girls, and elders past, present and emerging. I would also like to acknowledge my co-CEO, a woman, Sarah Friendship, whom I'm representing today, but also two of our joint authors, also women, Dr. Bernadette Whitelam and Naomi Wayengu. Our submission draws on more than 50 DFAT program designs and over 100 evaluations, and our experience is clear that we wish to share that gender equality is not peripheral or optional as a social development objective. It's fundamental to economic resilience and national security. Where women are economically empowered, where women lead, including in disaster preparedness and recovery, and where care is treated as economic infrastructure, societies are better able to safeguard economic resilience, social stability and national security.
Just to continue here my name is Dr. Primatia Romana, representing the authors of the Parliamentary Inquiry's submissions. Just to iterate that Atrila's comparative strength lies in trust, and this matters more in the current context of increasing climate risks, geopolitical competitions and global regulations on women's rights. Across the regions, partner governments and communities consistently describe Australia as a country that listens, respects sovereignty and supports locally defined reform pathways. Our contribution has been to help operationalize this approach by embedding gender equality across systems rather than treating it as a standalone or technical add-on. However, our submissions also identifies a growing challenge. Anti-rights movements are becoming more organized, resourced, and strategic in their engagement with law, policy, and institutions. This backlash is coordinated and structural, and it directly targets women's rights, civic participation, and inclusive governance. This diminishes women's and girls' opportunities as well as the potential of our communities overall. In this environment, there is a risk that gender equality is reduced to procedural compliance. When that happens, its economic and stabilizing functions are weakened at precisely the moment they are most needed to address inequality, fragility, and conflict. For Australia, there is no question that this is a strategic choice. Gender equality is one of Australia's strongest soft power assets. It signals partnerships over pressure, trust over transactions. In a more contested Indo-Pacific, Australia's commitment to local leadership, equality, and resilient systems is not just a values position. It is a practical contribution. It is a safeguarding mechanism to stability, security, and shared prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Zaranda Vijay Vikrama from Humanitarian Advisory Group, or HAG. HAG is a social enterprise based out of Australia, working across Asia and the Pacific. I also want to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land that we're meeting and recognize their ownership and the knowledge and wisdom they have brought into this space, and as well as Indigenous communities across the world. Before I share my remarks, I also want to acknowledge Beth Eggleston and Sarah Phillips, who authored this our submission. They're unable to attend today because they are in Canberra organizing Women, Peace and Security Civil Society Dialogue, which is happening tomorrow. From our submission, we recognize that from a national security perspective, gender inequality is not a soft issue. It needs to be considered as a threat multiplier, where women are excluded from decision-making, from labor markets, from crisis response. We consistently see weaker institutions, more fragile social contracts, and higher risks of conflict recurrence, forced displacement, and economic shock. These conditions directly affect Australia's strategic environment, our supply chains, and our regional stability. In humanitarian crisis, where HAG does a lot of our work, the consequences are immediate. When gender inequalities deepen, food insecurity rises, household resilience declines, and rates of gender-based violence increases. As local coping systems erode, crises can last longer and increase the likelihood that humanitarian emergencies escalate into prolonged political and security challenges. The implications for Australia is clear. Gender inequality is not an add-on, not an optional add-on to our security policy. It should be a core foundation that must underpin effective foreign, humanitarian, and national security action. But intention alone is not enough. Evidence from our research across many countries shows that gender commitments fail when they are treated as compliance exercises than decision-making tools. Token consultations, short funding cycles, and externally driven priorities undermine both impact and credibility. If Australia wants gender equality to deliver security and economic dividends, I'd like to highlight 3 shifts that needs to be considered. First, that gender analysis must inform real choices. Key decisions like where Australia invests, who it partners with, and what risks it is willing to tolerate need to be based on these. Second, women-led, and in particular women-led or women's rights local organizations must be treated as strategic partners and strategic actors, not just delivery mechanisms. I think this was discussed earlier in the inquiry as well, that it's the women, particularly the women-led organizations, who tend to be the first responders on the ground, and also the last when the international response moves out. And they also tend to be among the most effective stabilizers. Thirdly, Australia must apply its gender commitments consistently across the humanitarian response, climate security, economic engagement, and defense partnerships, including in politically complex environment. I'd like to finish by saying supporting gender equality is not just about values. It is about reducing future costs, preventing instability, and strengthening Australia's long-term security and economic interests. Thank you. Over to my colleague.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear here today. My name is Josie Flint. I'm an executive at Humanitarian Advisory Group. As others have done, as we acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, we recognise how the Australian government's gender equality policies have a unique opportunity to draw upon Australian Indigenous knowledge and community ways to address gender inequalities. The central message from our submission is simple. Supporting gender equality requires principled, locally led and gender-responsive development and humanitarian aid. It is a core values-based commitment, but it does also support strategic, national and economic security imperatives. When crises occur or escalate internationally, how we respond really matters in supporting gender equality objectives. Australia already has strong policy foundations. The International Gender Equality Policy, the Development of Humanitarian Policies, and the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security provide the required frameworks. The task now is to connect, to accelerate and amplify these efforts and strengthen global leadership and drive momentum. To translate intent into impact, Australia needs to institutionalise intersectional practice across humanitarian action, invest in women's rights organisations through equitable and flexible partnerships, and drive coherence across the women, peace and security agenda, protection of civilians, localisation commitments and cyber initiatives. Continuing to support gender equality initiatives in complex environments is also underpinned by a strong humanitarian, diplomatic, financial and security argument. We must lean into driving momentum so that Australia can turn existing commitments into greater gender equality and tangible protection, peace building and economic outcomes. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Okay, my question goes to Ms. Urbano, and I see from your presentation that your organisation has had some 40 years of experience in so many different countries. I don't know how much of that 40 years you've been a part of it, but I ask this question. When a particular program or a strategy is put in place in a particular country, and I assume that maybe you start seeing some benefits, is it your experience that when perhaps the drivers of whatever the project was perhaps move on and are no longer there, everything goes back to the way it was?
Thank you for your question. A striking example that easily comes to mind is actually the work that the Australian government supported in Vietnam on creating pro-equality reforms to the labour code when it came up for renew just before COVID. I think what DFAT has is a very ambitious agenda on gender equality among its like-minded donor peers. So it, in fact, in its policy, it was the first area to institute a mandatory target to take gender equality seriously and to be integrated and flow-on effects for budgeting and resourcing to make sure it happens, but also seeking that any of the work has lasting change and substantive change. And so rather than, I think as my colleague from the Humanitarian Advisory Group said, DFAT has worked over time to be consistent that more than an unpaid delivery mechanism that women might present in some donors' project landscape, it's actually seeking out targets that will make a long-term difference in the lives of women and girls. And so in the case of Vietnam, it was quite audacious for DFAT to do this, and it is stepping into very close bilateral law and policy work, which was possible in a pre-COVID Vietnam. But what we saw there was a change to a greater equalisation of the retirement age between men and women, which had seen women falling out of the workforce at 55, 5 years before men. And it also saw the elimination of 117 positions that at that point had been proscribed or barriers for women to undertake because they were deemed too dangerous or hazardous for womankind to do. So the work that we've been connected to actually seeks a longer-term outcome that's durable and not shakeable, and so we don't end up in the situation where there's backsliding and regression to a situation before we started to interact with partners.
Okay, thank you. We do have Senator Dean Smith back on the line, Dean, if you can hear us, you've got the next question.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your participation today. We hear a lot about global instability and growing insecurity across the world, but can you point to any signs of optimism amongst that bleak prognosis?
Who wants to have a go at answering that?
Sure. My name is Zeranda Vijayavikrama from HAG. So I think, it's been particularly for those in the development and humanitarian sector, it's been a challenging 18 to 20 months, I would say. Of course, there's been massive funding cuts and also quite a significant trend, particularly something that picked up during COVID around the anti-rights movements, online, sort of disinformation, misinformation, as well as technology supported gender-based violence. So overall, a lot of the messaging coming in from the sector has been negative, and a lot of the financial outlooks are very negative. But one of the things that I would say to answer your question, Senta, is the sector still is trying to find a way. I think that's one positive sign, is the organizations, the people who are working in the sector are trying to come together and find solutions. Sometimes desperate times drive innovation as well. They're looking at different ways of working. HAG does a lot of work on localization or locally led response. We often say that localization happens best out of need rather than by design, because sometimes you plan for things, it takes a little bit longer, but when you're faced with the challenge, you need to find solutions. And I think one of the biggest positives, I would say, is given the funding cuts and some of the challenges that are occurring, particularly in the GBV space, as well as more broadly, there is a bigger focus on community-led response, mutual aid, community-led resilience as well. This has been happening in the sector for ages, as long as there's been communities, people have been helping each other. But very often we hear about, the formal humanitarian or development work. But now more so than ever, particularly some of the traditional donors like DFED, but also more philanthropies and foundations are looking to support grassroots community-led support, because they see that as an important and critical element in creating that stability for the long-term future. And I think that I would take as a positive development, if anything. I'm sure my colleagues here would have other ideas to share as well.
Just to add, Dr. Primatia Romana, here, I think what's important is really how the program, and we've seen it like in many of our designs as well as evaluations, how strength lies in supporting locally defined reform pathways. I think this is where it stays, and in the current supported programs, really when gender equality is embedded through national systems, budgets, and policies, rather than really imposing the barrel structure. For example, data is critical. Like in Indonesia, there has been really like a focus on gender segregated data that allows government to target resources efficiently, assess risks accurately, and demonstrate results to their own citizens. And this is something that is long lasting. Like, you strengthen the data, and then with the support also in building the national data system through the technical advisory, it's reduced dependence on donor reporting. Like many of the cases, like back in the days where, poverty or even political economy data depends on the donor reporting. But then, how this technical advisory, the support, and also identifying the locally defined reform pathway helps the partners country to strengthen the sovereign decision making, to strengthen their data security, to strengthen their own resources, to strengthen their own ways of targeting their resources more efficiently. But also, we also understand that gender responsive and locally led system reduce costly cycles of response and rebuild. I can speak on my experience in Indonesia where, investing upfront in inclusive preparedness involving women in care systems and also women's economic participations really lowers the long-term expenditure on humanitarian response and stabilizations. For now, it's really like a growing concerns that there is a massive budget cuts, that there's anti-rights movement that would actually weaken the gender equality movements. But then we also see that, there is, if women participate in risk assessment, early warning, and recovery planning, disaster outcomes really improve. And this is what's long-term. And that includes fewer fatalities, that includes faster recovery, and also reduced displacement. Over.
Thank you. Dean, I'm going to move on. Claire, you've got the next question.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm just interested in your thoughts and observations on the way that Australia leads in the Indo-Pacific on gender equality. And you'll have to forgive me, I'm trying to recall some evidence that was given in another public hearing, and I can't recall the exact country, but we had made an investment, quite a large one, into the building of a road in an Indo-Pacific country. I think it was PNG, but I can't recall exactly. And there was a bit of discussion about what were the conditions attached to that investment from a gender equality perspective. And pretty much it was that it had met, whatever requirements, because women would also use this road. And I thought, oh, well, sure. But that didn't strike me as a particularly relevant or effective condition for gender equality and our investment. So when it comes to things that aren't sort of specific gender equality projects, like infrastructure or defence, or we've just made a huge investment in the NRL, so PNG can, have a team base there. Are we putting conditions about those investments and KPIs for gender equality? And if we are they effective, or is it just like women use the road? And if we're not, should we be? Like, can we do better with how we are leading in conditions on investment?
I'm happy to take
Sorry, it's a long question.
No, thank you. I'm happy to take that question. So, Mia Urbano. So what made a major difference was when DFAT issued its requirement that gender equality was a principal or significant objective, irrespective of the sector. So wherever Australian aid funds flow, it's subject to that criteria. Otherwise, it's not approved at design. Certainly there's a spectrum of approaches that are done better and worse, but I think what Australia has accumulated over time is a really solid lessons-based, and we review programs annually looking at this criteria, in particular regards gender, in terms of the resourcing that is allocated, the specialist expertise that is identified and accompanies implementation of a program, irrespective of the thematic area it's in, the sector, monitoring and evaluation to keep the program accountable for the impacts, but also often the spend against gender equality, and any policy or structural and systems level change that it creates. So something as maybe basic and concrete as a road is a fabulous example of actually, it's an economic connector. So with a road that is rendered more safe, that has bus routes as well as car routes, just expands the opportunities for women to have greater access to markets, and also more convenient ways of living out what we understand are their multiple responsibilities, where they're often shuttling between school drop-offs, healthcare visits, and their own economic activities. So I think DFAT certainly is certainly now, given the donor landscape globally, is really prominent and should be well praised for actually holding the line on finances relating to gender equality alongside disability and equity and rights. And particularly what has shifted of late, I would say in the last 5 years, is trusting women's funds in the region, that they have among the best chances of reaching right down from capital cities to village level, and meeting the spectrum of needs that women have that are seldom aggregated up to representation at political levels or community leadership levels, so that their voices and preferences are understood by policymakers and those who hold funds.
Thank you. So my sense is just saying women use the road, that's a very oversimplified sort of statement, right? There's much more to that. So the connector, as you say, access to markets, access to schools, access to hospitals because of the road. So those kind of gender equality aspects may not be overtly obvious, but they are in fact there, and DFAT is prosecuting them with vigour.
Right. Yeah. So I've worked as a gender advisor to DFAT for nearly 20 years, so I haven't quite hit the 40-year mark, as you were alluding to, Tony, but I would say when I started my career with DFAT as an advisor, perhaps women use the road would pass muster, but in the annual program performance reviews that all of us participate in, and is a pretty robust moderation process. There is the criteria that's applied to really scrutinise whether programs are making a difference and really are fulfilling the gender equality commitments is rigorous, and there would be no wriggle room for a kind of flaccid response like that to pass.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Can I
Chair.
just add a little bit on that? I think the gender equality perspective of lens integrated in the program like infrastructure is really making a huge difference, especially for women with disabilities, because this is what makes their life change. Like making the roads more accessible is not the norms. It was not the norms. And now with the advocacy on the technical advisory in the infrastructure from the Australian government, accessibility is a non-negotiable value with regards to infrastructure development. And I think this is really changing the life of women with disability if we put it in the intersectional lens, because it's not only access to market, it's not only access to school, it's access to employment, which is structurally a barrier for women with disabilities. Over.
Just something to add, around the Vijay Vikrama from HAG. I guess the question that you raised, Claire, sort of touches on the risk of gender washing as well. When you set sort of targets of 80% of projects need to meet gender requirements, or now I think there's a 80% requirement for climate as well. So sometimes creative approaches are taken to make sure that it meets those targets, right? But as Mia and her colleague shared, I think it's DFAT is generally recognized globally as a strong advocate of gender and as a donor who pushes that and tries to make sure the partners that they work with embed gender in the work that they do. We do a lot of M&E support for DFAT, and we can see that is explicitly something DFAT requires from all of their partners to report on, which is really great. But just quickly touching on the gender washing risk, I think there's a couple of considerations that's really important to think about when you're delivering projects, whether it's infrastructure or capability building or anything else. It's not just about what you deliver, but how do you do it? How do you conceive the ideas? Who's involved? Are actually women? Are there intersectional women, right? It's not just gender or having women consulted, but you need to look at people with disabilities, gender diverse communities. How do you engage them? Who holds the power? Who makes the decisions? Are they there as token? Do they have tokenistic consultations to take a photograph to say, yeah, we've consulted women, or are their ideas genuinely shaping into thinking and decision making? And DFAT, for their part, I think, in a resource constrained space and staff constrained space, particularly in challenging contexts, try to do that as much as possible. And as Mia said, some of the evaluation processes, particularly if you're looking at end of program evaluations or mid-program evaluations, gender tends to be a very significant component. So I think, yeah, DFAT's doing really well, but there's obviously space for improvement, particularly in terms of how local organizations and community organizations are engaged.
Thank you.
Shane?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, but I'd like you to take them on notice because they're too complex and you haven't given us enough information in either of them. And so just in the interest of time, the first one is shifting the power coalition. You talk about being funded by the federal government. I'd like to know what particular program you're talking about and how much and the details. You talk about 6 specific countries, but you give no details. I'd like you to give me some information about that. You then talk about the fact that this program that you're doing talks about women not being the beneficiaries of humanitarian responses, but actually being risk analysis people, decision makers, etc. I'd like you to tell me a bit more about that. So if you can get some information about how, because it just struck me. One of my good friends is Annabelle Johnson. She has just come back from a Churchill Fellowship. She's very well known in Queensland and goes all throughout Queensland, and one of the leading figures in terms of social and human recovery after natural disasters. And in Queensland, my home state, that is plentiful and regular. Annabelle would tell you that older Australians, or older Queenslanders in her words, older Queenslanders and women and children are often victim survivors of natural disasters a lot more than men, and the recovery, and they play a big role in the recovery. Now, get to the next one I want you to take on notice, is you talk about multi-hazard early warning systems and the humanitarian response. You talk about embedding risk governance at community level and strengthening coordination with national systems. But you give us no details. All you do is say that. And in addition to that, my observation from living through many natural disasters in my area, I've got the Wivenhoe Dam and the Somerset Dam and the Brisbane River and the Bremer River, so many floods. My observation is that women play an incredibly important role in the recovery, evacuation and all of that, but far less because they are not at the peak level often in military, or even if you look at this local disaster coordination committees, there's hardly any women at them. There are some, if there might be the female mayor or maybe one or two, but they're, my observation from attending from time to time is they are very, very much in the work that Annabelle does. They're not in the work of prevention and early detection that you're talking about here. Can you get us some information about that? That's great. Yeah. Thank you. That's it. Tony.
No worries. Thanks, Shane. We'll take that as a question on notice.
Two
questions on notice. There might have been even more than 2 on
that. Well, it's not enough in those pages because we need more detail.
And we've just been joined also by Senator Lisa Darmanin, but I'm going to go to Madonna next and then to Lisa.
Thank you all for being here. I just want to go back to some of the comments made by those who were here earlier than you today, but you also mentioned the growth of the anti-rights movement. We also had people talking this morning about the increase in the manosphere, etc. And so my question is, in your worlds, are you two seeing that growth? How significant is that in terms of trajectory and impact? And I believe, some people have been saying that there are structural causes to that. Are you able to comment on what you think those causes are? Because I think this is a real issue that we have to start thinking about in terms of next steps and addressing.
Mia Urbano again. Certainly the Senior Specialist for Gender Equality at DFAT had cause to say recently in a public forum that the backlash that DFAT programs and particularly local partners are experiencing now is the highest that we've known it in recent memory. So it's very live, it's very direct, it's very it's impactful in terms of self-censorship, and certainly I observed in the Mekong region, which is my most common area of work, that when the Trump administration scrubbed reference to women from all public and state websites and instituted a sort of broad swathe against diversity and inclusion, we saw many of our local partners become very tentative within their own country contexts in terms of risks that grew for them in terms of a global discourse that was really denigrating their work or framing it in a light that it was threatening to security and stability of nations. In terms of, and probably the most damaging is when people are fearful and the activists among us censor themselves, then we're really seeing a sort of compound effect that's greatly regrettable because of some bombastic voices that we know are out there, and everything from the strongman leadership that we are palpably seeing at the moment, but also insidious forms that occur online in the manosphere and the dark web. Structural causes that we could point to, there are many and they're well studied, but some things that we're certainly not talking about yet, and we just had the Women Deliver conference in Melbourne last week, as anyone part of the state of Victoria or part of gender advisory and activist networks well knows. So 6,000 people converged on Melbourne for the every 3-year conference to really, what started as a safe motherhood championing has now expanded to cover all gender equality sort of existential issues. And there was discussion for the first time I've ever heard in a public forum about the content that is purveyed to our children online into the privacy of their homes, and that includes pornographic and exploitative and degrading, and particularly it has a gendered face, that is one surefire channel for framing behaviours and attitudes early that we then see manifest as acceptable behaviour in workplaces, in public domains, and in institutions. So the sort of not handy, that's the wrong characterisation, but the shorthand that you often hear is gender inequality is the root cause of these manifestations that you're talking about, Senator Madonna. And so probably what we need to ask is what is framing these really pejorative, demeaning ways of characterising women and girls and what their potential is and what their uses are, more sort of commercially and stigmatisingly, that are infiltrating us, and we're probably not even particularly sensitive to them. Colleagues, please add.
And I'm Vijay Vikrama from HAG. To complement what Mia was saying, I think IWDA, International Women's Development Association, had shared some interesting findings about the anti-rights movement and how it's been used to target specific areas, gender rights, diversity and inclusion, particularly sort of looking at hot button topics to target already marginalized communities. So, they'll look at a particular topic that's, circulating in the community, they'll use that and sort of use marginalized communities as scapegoats, and highly relying on mis and disinformation, particularly in the age of AI. It's also becoming.
Have you got examples?
So, like, if you look at, so some of the work that we did with TFAT was looking at vaccine hesitancy in PNG, because during COVID-19, TFAT, Australian government, is really trying to support the Pacific countries and PNG in terms of uptaking vaccine numbers. PNG was one of the lowest globally, but again, it was really interesting to see like some of the messaging that came through from different sources, and like it's not that some of the misinformation or disinformation originated necessarily from PNG, but it it came through, some of the global North networks, or there was a global movement, right? Like particularly around vaccines, and that filtered through to PNG, and that also. It was really interesting to see some of the church networks faith-based organizations were trying to counter that, but also some of the faith-based networks were promoting that as well. So it was through some of the church networks that some of these messages got through, whereas others were trying to counter the narrative. Particularly, I think the Australian faith-based networks are working with their counterparts in PNG to try and counter some of these. But it's really hard because once, it's really easy to get misinformation out, right? It has a very wide reach because it's sensational, but it's really hard to claw that back. You can't go back to each individual and explain because, a lie is very easy, can be a one-liner. The truth often is complicated and you need data and facts to prove it, and you can't just do it in one line. So, and that's what sort of these anti-rights groups are using. Maybe just to finish up by touching on what Mia was saying around how some of these gender-based or misogynistic approaches are being, leading to more, some of the more, threats from a security point of view. Citing one of the researchers, a Canadian researcher, she had looked at 100 manifestos of people who had carried out mass shootings, stabbings, vehicular assaults in Canada and US, and misogyny was one of the most common threads. I think out of the 100, 41 was specifically because of gender-based or misogynistic elements. I think she had cited one of sociologists who had cited misogyny as a gateway drug into extremist ideology. So I think it's really, these are complex issues, but you need to recognize how these are being used as means to target some of the marginalized people around there to drive them towards extremist ideologies. Of course, it's very difficult to address that, but that's why it is really important to have a more comprehensive and cohesive approach. Because, for example, the WPS action plan doesn't cite, Australia's WPS action plan doesn't cite cybersecurity, and the Cybersecurity National Action Plan doesn't cite women, peace and security, or gender. So I think that this is there's a lot of work going on, often in silos, but there needs to be a much more comprehensive approach, particularly if you're trying to address some of these more complicated threats.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Conscious of time, and I apologise, I was not here. So if this was covered in your opening commentary, please feel free to tell me and we can move on. But this is for the Humanitarian Advisory Group. One of your recommendations was around cyber diplomacy and cyber capacity building. So I was just really interested to hear a bit more about that. If you could talk about, when you say incorporate women, peace and security principles into those, into Australia's cyber diplomacy and capacity building, what does that practically look like, and how is that useful?
Thank you. Senator, so Eranda Vijay again from Humanitarian Advisory Group. Some of these were coming from a piece of research that we did under the WPS civil society engagement that we're doing at the Australian Civil Military Centre. Of course, cybersecurity is obviously recognized as a critical issue, but what we are seeing is, as I mentioned, some of this work is happening in isolation. Of course, we recognize that Australia is also developing its own capabilities, trying to find solutions to the challenges that Australia is facing. But these same challenges often become more complex in the context that Australia is looking to support and stabilize in some instances. And these can be, these things can, you can have the best programming, but misinformation, disinformation, or cyber risks can take away all that progress that has been done in a country, right? So there has to be an integrated approach where you're thinking not just in terms of building capability of the government counterparts. So of course, Australia has a very good relationship in most of the countries that they're working with, particularly through civil coordination or defense cooperation, where you're trying to provide that support to to the Australian government counterparts in terms of building their cyber capabilities. But it is also important to think about how do you take a more whole of society approach. Like there are women-led organizations, women's rights organizations who are doing a lot of work in supporting that stabilization at the community level. There's a lot of civil society who plays that important role in carrying out some of this work, but they don't often have that capability. They often lack funding, they often lack resourcing, long-term partnerships. So it's really important to think about as much as you're providing that support at a political or government-to-government level, how do you bring that to the civil society? How do you bring that to the people who are actually working with the communities on the ground? Because it is the communities who are faced with some of these cyber security challenges, with misinformation, disinformation. And these community organizations, community-led organizations need that capability, understanding the tools that's available. And that it doesn't necessarily mean that the Australian government needs to provide that, but it might also be about supporting Australia's NGOs or working with the different other partners that Australia supports through the UN to see how some of those capabilities can be supported at the ground level.
Thank you.
You're right. All right. Well, once again, thank you to all four of you for appearing before the committee today. You have been asked if you could provide some additional information to follow up Mr. Newman's questions. If you could do that by the 2nd of June, that would be very much appreciated. And any additional material that you provide to the committee will appear as a submission and will be available as a public record as well. The other thing is that you will also be provided with a copy of your evidence to the committee today, a transcript of your evidence. If you feel you need to make any corrections to that, please feel free to contact the Secretariat and do so. Once again, thank you for your presentations today. I now welcome representatives from Plan International Australia to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee?
Good afternoon. My name is Connor Costello. I'm Associate Director of Policy and Advocacy at Plan International Australia.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Tanushree Soni. I'm the Senior Program Manager, Girls and Women Empowerment with Plan International Australia.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be considered a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. So whoever responds, state who you are. It's more for the benefit of anyone who's listening in but can't see you. Just for your benefit, I'm Tony Zapier, the Chair of the Committee. I'm from South Australia. I'll go to my right. Claire?
I'm Claire Clutterham, the Federal Member for Sturt in South Australia.
Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair and Red Ipswich and rural areas in the Westmoreton region, Queensland.
Donna Jarrett, Federal Member for Brisbane in Queensland.
Lisa Darwin, Senator for Victoria.
And we have Senator Dean Smith. Dean, you're still on the line with us?
I am, Chair, yes.
No problems. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement, if you like, and then we'll proceed to a discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands that we're meeting on today, the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung people of the Kulin Nation. I'd like to pay my respects to elders past and present and recognise First Nations people's continuing connection to land, waters and culture around this country. I always want to particularly acknowledge the members from Queensland. I'm originally from Ipswich myself, so lovely to be in a room of locals. So thank you. In Baval. Oh, brilliant. Locals. So thank you. Sacred Heart, if that matters. My parents were teachers in the local area. Anyway, so thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to appear today. Investment in gender equality, especially for adolescent girls, is not peripheral policy. It is foundational to Australia's development objectives, economic interests and long-term national security. Across our region in the Asia-Pacific, more than 240 million adolescent girls are coming of age in a time of increasing pressure, rising conflict, climate impacts, economic stress and shrinking global aid. Plan International's research and global evidence shows that adolescence is the point at which inequality becomes entrenched for girls. If girls are pushed out of school, into early marriage, unpaid care and unsafe work at this stage, the inequalities that they experience compound over their lifetime and into the next generation. Investment at this critical point of adolescence is life-changing for girls and extremely effective, in some cases achieving returns of 4 times or more. Investment delayed until adulthood cannot recover what is lost. Yet, less than 1% of total global official development assistance, or ODA, is directed primarily to adolescent girls. And Australia's development policy frameworks and investments are almost entirely blind to them. Despite this, the International Development Policy and Australia's International Gender Equality Strategy rightly recognise the critical link between gender equality and Australia's priorities for a stable and prosperous region. The challenge now is effective at-scale implementation, making adolescent girls a priority focus of our investments, embedding gender transformative objectives across development, climate, diplomacy and security settings, and resourcing locally led women's and girls' organisations. My colleague will now speak to a few concrete program examples.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to build on what my colleague has outlined by trying to share how gender equality looks on the ground and what are the risks and the opportunities which are available. Plan's State of the World Girls Research 2024 reported that more than 50% girls miss school during conflict. Once girls are out of school, they seldom go back. And this raises risk of early and forced marriage, teen pregnancy, and exclusion from skill-based work. This directly weakens the future labour force and market and human capital. But where girls lead, outcomes improve. In Timor-Leste, Plan's Girls-Led Climate Resilient Programme shows that when girls and women drive decisions across the agriculture value chain, communities sees improved nutrition, stronger financial return, and measurable lift in the local economy. The same holds for safety. Through Plan's Safer Cities, covering 20 cities globally, adolescent girls co-led safety audits and community planning. Cities that adopted their recommendations saw greater mobility, school attendance, and workforce participation by women and girls. That is women, peace, and security as prevention, not just post-crisis response. The evidence is clear. Investing in gender equality shape economic resilience, social cohesion, and stability. If we fail to act now, it's going to cost more. Thank you.
Thank you for those opening comments. And obviously, you're doing a lot of work throughout the world. Can you give me an example of where some of the work you've done you believe has been more successful? And if so, let's say you've tried 2 different programs in 2 different countries, and I'm just making assumptions. In one it's worked, in another it hasn't. I'm curious to know why it didn't in this second country.
If I would like to frame my response with specific counsel. And this is an example of our Adolescent Girls in Crisis program, which is currently happening in Uganda. And this is specifically with adolescent girls from refugee settlement communities as well as host communities. Initially, when we started this program, this was more, it was an intentional program to look at what girls and young people actually need and require. And we were very intentional in terms of actually building the capacities of these young people to be the researchers. That meant they were trained as researchers to go and have peer conversation, talk to the elders in the communities regarding what are the priorities that they need, this program should be focusing on. And you can imagine it was a whole laundry list of requirements, but they were conscious of the fact that since the budget is limited and this funding was coming from NCP, so they prioritized the 4 key areas where the program should be focusing on. And that was skill development, which is market-oriented, reproductive sexual health, education and services, which are accessible to young people, especially girls, and they wanted to program to focus on violence against women and girls, especially family violence. So when this program was designed with very clear girls-led planning and designing, the ownership and accountability was very strong, and this showed us that when they are part of the conversation and design, the program goes a long way in becoming sustainable. Initially, when this program was designed, the focus was very much on girls and the boys and the partners of the young mothers, because teen pregnancy is very high there. That was mostly as allies of change, and over the period of time, we realized they also need to be part of the conversation. And this is where we supported the local communities and local youth groups to create Boys for Change Club, where these men actually, in the long run, became the champion of change. Because when they become part of the solution, we see the change happening because they respect girls and all that. So this is a program which has really come a long way, where the sustainability of the change, and this, when I'm talking about the change, is not the superficial change of services, which is definitely there, but it's also about the change in the mindset, the value of girls within the household and the community levels. It's hard to find an example where things hasn't worked very well, because this is the core approach that we apply. That's a multi-sectoral approach, integrated approach, where actually young people lead the solution and the planning of it. But there are examples where we had to go with what the donor had asked for, which was very much go into it, provide those services, come out of it. They don't last long, because it lasts till the time the services are being received, but there is no status change.
Thank you. Dean, if you're on the line, you've got the next question.
I do. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm here for a few more moments. Is there cause for, recognising the difficulties and the challenges throughout the world, can you point to, is there cause for optimism? I thought that your evidence before the committee just a moment ago was very, very powerful, because it could demonstrate, very, very practical initiatives that were leading to that attitudinal change that we've heard about earlier today. Is there cause for optimism despite the instability and insecurity we often hear about?
Thank you for the question. It's certainly a challenging one in the context. Our optimism comes from the clear evidence around the effectiveness of investment at that point of adolescence as that critical moment for investment. So as an organisation, Plan International has a focus on adolescent girls, and particularly in the context where resources are scarce and shrinking in some cases, though we note and acknowledge Australia's maintained aid commitments to this point, it is nonetheless critical that those investments are catalytic and as effective as they can be. And for us, that's investment at the point of adolescence with a focus on adolescent girls. The other point of hope I would identify, and it was mentioned by the people who appeared previously, was the Women Deliver conference took place in Melbourne last week. I think you heard from the speaker about the nature of that conference, but we had a delegation of youth activists from Australia and from a number of countries around the world world, and having the privilege of being in meetings with Australian political leaders and other policymakers and leaders with those young people and being exposed to the work that they are doing in their contexts gives great cause for hope. And I think certainly is yet more proof around the value and importance of recognising locally led leadership and continuing to prioritise investment and space for that wherever possible.
Adolescent girls, is that the point of transformation, do you believe?
Yeah, the evidence says that it is. So we excuse me, sorry, it's Connor Costello speaking. I forgot to identify myself. That's the point, so 11 to 19 years old, and that's the point at which the experience for girls differs more significantly than it does for boys. We see girls retreating from public life, taking on additional care responsibilities, having greater exposure to violence, whether sexual violence or not, more likely to drop out of school. So we see the experiences of boys and girls differ sharply from that point, and girls have particular needs from the point of adolescence, which are often unseen and unmet, meaning that those inequalities that begin at that point become baked in.
Thank you very much.
Just to add the point, if I may, this is Tanushree Soni. It's often seen that when spaces are vacated by the decision makers, the policy makers, somebody else come and take that space. And most often it's young people and women who do that because they are at the forefront of actually bearing the cost of the, reduced resources, reduced opportunities. I just wanted to share data that we saw, like this is modeling which was done by UNFPA. They saw that multi-sector investment in adolescent girls generate benefit cost ratio of up to 26:1. That means if we invest on adolescent girls and at that period, the return is pretty high on the investment. And they also did a modeling across 5 Southeast Asian countries, and it reported that scaling proven interventions to 95 coverage between 2024 and 2030 would require approximately $5 billion USD, but it would generate 13.4 billion USD of economic benefit, averting 1.4 million unintended adolescent pregnancies and 1.4 million child marriage. So it does shows that it's a triple dividend that we get once we invest on this particular age group. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Lisa next and then work my way across the table.
Thank you. In your opening statement, and also one of your recommendations is about using the Women, Peace, Security framework as a tool for prevention and not just response. I was wondering if you could talk a bit more about that. What does that look like in practice? And what would be your key recommendations to us around this?
In my statement, when I said that, at the moment, if you see women, peace and security is mostly seen as a post-crisis response. And what we are recommending through our submission is that they should be part of the prevention as well. The example that I shared about our program on safer cities for girls, where the girls were actually part of the urban planning, where they were looking at, and I know previous to us, what they shared about the safety of transportation infrastructure. When girls are part of that, or women are part of that, they are very well aware of the fact which are the locations which are unsafe, where the lighting is not there, where the transportation going through certain routes are not safe for them. And when they become part of that conversation, the urban planning is much stronger and it's much more tuned into the needs of the young people. So that's one thing that we want to be considered. Second point is about making young people, especially adolescent girls, visible in our data. At the moment, they are not visible, and they are either clubbed with children or with adults, and we don't know exactly how they are being benefited by all the services or all the response which is there. So that's where we feel that these are easy fix, which would go a long way in supporting them.
Mm-hmm. And so how would we practically do that? So is it about, so you've talked about planning and measures and tracking data. Is that in programs that we administer, like having, for want of a better phrase, I guess, KPIs? Like how do we actually do what you're suggesting?
Stanu here. Exactly what you just said is what we are recommending, that if we have adolescent tag as part of the data collected and during our annual performance reporting or reporting on international gender equality strategy, this would help us to see where the gap is and how are we doing, performing in terms of reaching out to the most marginalized and vulnerable groups and cohorts. So that's the one which we would say that please do consider including adolescent tag as part of the data collection. And here too, we would recommend that adolescent is a huge, long age group. It's starting from 11 to going till 18. And the need of the younger adolescents is very different than a need of the older adolescent. If we can, we must segregate this age group so that we are able to see what kind of a response, what kind of impact is being created through our investments.
Thank you. Thanks.
Madonna?
Just building on that, are there other countries that do aggregate their data based on adolescents numbers? And if so, like, where are you seeing any changes, improvements, programs working?
We do where the program is directed to the whole life cycle of specifically adolescents. I can give an example of our child early and forced marriage prevention programs. This program is being implemented across, if I can say, only with Australian investment, more than 5 to 6 countries. And we know that 15 to 16 is the tipping age when girls are are at risk of being married off in the countries where child marriage is an accepted cultural practice, and especially when the climate shock happens, we have seen there is a peak and spike in the child marriage taking place in those countries like Bangladesh or Nepal or Cambodia. So we try to create that kind of a segregated age group, and our programs are actually quite nuanced to take care of speaking with the parents of younger adolescents about talking about the value of keeping girls in schools and, how they benefit from long run, not only the girls, but household as a whole. At the same time, with the older adolescent, the skill enhancement, vocational skill training, talking about their participation in the workforce and their participation in the decision making are the spaces where we do it. So when we collect the data, we try to see how the impact of the program interventions and strategies are actually making place. It would happen more effectively and more intentionally if there is a support and alignment with the donors' requirement as well.
And just in terms, Ms. Jarrett, of your question in relation to what other countries might be doing and who might be leading this area, we'd love to take that on notice and provide further information subsequently.
Because I certainly understand that you're keeping track of what you're doing with your programs. But yes, I think there's a whole integration here of everything from what DFID does through to the aid, to the donors, to the community groups, to the not-for-profit, like the whole piece there.
Yeah, indeed. We'd love to provide further information.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madonna. Claire.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you both. I'm just interested in your thoughts about what the factors are that do lead to adolescents being the biggest, risk in terms of age for ceasing to go to education. I think here it talks about a loss of bodily autonomy, safety, marriage. You just said 15 to 16 is a very high risk age group. Why is that? Is it families can no longer afford to send their children to school, so they pick the son, daughter doesn't go to school? What is going on that leads to adolescents being the biggest risk factor?
it's Connor speaking. It's a multiple of factors, and thank you for the question. I think in some cases it's contextual. It comes to traditional practices within perhaps a male-dominated traditional culture. We see often families needing to rely on negative coping mechanisms despite what they might wish to do, and so it is a mix of factors, and it is quite contextual. We are seeing rises, and my colleague is doing some research at the moment about the impacts on climate, for example, within our region, and how that's driving an increase in some of these negative experiences, particularly at that point of adolescence, as families rely on negative coping mechanisms in the face of growing challenges. Tanu?
Yeah, just to substantiate and add on to what Connor has mentioned, this is Tanu, by the way. This is about, and the answer was in your question about valuing of girls. In most of the societies that we work in, the girls are not valued as the sons in the families, and they're seen as an economic burden. So whenever there is a crisis, climate crisis or economic crisis within the families, the first coping mechanism that they look at is how to get that burden, handed over to another family. So that's the one segue, that they are taken out of schools and they lose their social networks. And then when they're at home, I think the environment is such where the family who already have acceptance to child and forced marriage as a practice would consider them to be married off. The investment doesn't happen on girls specifically because they're seen as part of another family, not part of the parents' family. And investment in the poverty situation on another family is a choice that most families would not make. We are calling it like triple marginalization, where climate change, poverty, and gender inequality actually comes together, and they actually create a pathway where girls are not having the access to opportunities that usually the boys would in the families, also in the communities.
It's Connor, just to build a little on that. In addition, we conducted research with Kiribati Climate Action Network several years ago, which resulted in a report called Pacific Girls in a Changing Climate. This was research that we did with girls in the Pacific to understand how they're being impacted by the climate crisis, what they think needs to be done by policymakers, and how they want to be involved in the solutions. And one of the things that we see clearly, particularly in terms of those impacts on adolescent girls in particular, is more than I'm not going to recall the statistic accurately, so I won't try, but a significant number of the girls reported decreasing access to clean water because of the impacts of climate change. And there are additional hygiene requirements that girls experience around adolescence that cannot be met because of the impacts of climate change and their lack of access to clean water. So I guess just to identify, in addition to perhaps cultural norms or families struggling to cope in challenging situations, we're also seeing practical limitations that girls come up against at that point, which might lead them, if they can't access clean water, if they can't access menstrual products, it lead them to not be able to go to school, not be able to participate in school from that point. And so that's one of the other drivers that we see that leads to sharpening inequalities at the point of adolescence.
Thank you. My second question is just about the recommendation that you've made about investing $40 million over 5 years with regard to child marriage. Could you just share with the committee what would $40 million look like? What would it kind of achieve? What would your expectations be with that amount of money?
Thank you for the question. I'll pass to my colleague, Tanu.
Tanu here, and thank you for that question. I appreciate that being asked. The need is much more, but we feel that to start with, that's the doable, investment that we can start. The investment needs to address the whole of system changes and gaps. It would mean keeping the girls in schools first and foremost, working with the families, the communities, the community leaders, the service providers, the healthcare workers, regarding creating that opportunity where girls who are at risk are provided with right kind of information about what are the services which are available, how they can access that. Creating those services within the reach. Many a times the services are not there, and and I would substantiate that with an example where plan is approaching this child marriage prevention and elimination with creating a buddy system. That means that girls are buddy to each other, so they're trained, their capacities are built about what are the services which are available in their vicinity, who are the service providers who can help them with psychosocial care and counseling. They can access the sexual and reproductive health counseling, because we're also working with health providers who are trained to provide counseling, health counseling to young people, because we know that most of the health providers are either used to or trained to work with children, or they're trained to work with adults. They have limited language to engage with young people who themselves are very uncomfortable and shy about talking about their personal and, reproductive health issues. So what we are saying is we would like to use that to work with the justice system, to work with the enforcement mechanisms, because many countries do have a policy there, but the implementation of that policy is pretty weak on the ground. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Shane. I've got two questions because everyone else has covered all my others. The first question is, it just seems an observation that there's a lot of sort of gender washing type stuff that goes on in terms of the ODA budget and foreign aid generally. But you still say that we need a simple adolescent girl test. What is an adolescent girl investment within DFAT reporting systems and reporting annually? We just do we need a test? What is an adolescent girl? Do we need to record what section of their money is going towards adolescent girls? Or I'm not quite sure what you mean here.
Thank you for the question. Just on the first part of it regarding gender washing, I mean, it's been said, I'm sure, that, and we've acknowledged ourselves that, the Australian government is a leading global actor in relation to gender equality in our development and humanitarian policy and investments. Nonetheless, I think it's important to always ask about the depth and integrity of those investments so that we can continue to do better. We acknowledge and we support the targets that are in place in relation to 80% effectiveness and the requirement around a gender objective for investments over 3 million. Something that we wonder, and it's an area we'll be interested to explore further moving forward, is how much of that investment, that growing percentage, and I note in the latest performance of Australian Development Cooperation report that just came out, for the second year in a row, for the second time, Australia has achieved its gender equality target, hitting 81% in the last year. I wonder about the difference between gender inclusion and gender transformation, and the outcomes that we're looking for and that we seek to achieve as Plan International in our work is that transformative aspect, and you heard my colleague speak to some of the elements about that earlier. So how much is it the case where we're achieving a target because of women participating more, or we're achieving the target because of deep engagement? And that's one of the reasons why in our submission we called for an additional target around 15% of ODA having gender equality as the principal objective, so that we have that.
So 15% in addition, an additional 15% for adolescent girls?
So within
the 15%.
So within then the total of
one paragraph 1, A and B.
Correct.
Page 2. You talked. I wasn't quite sure. This is my second question. I'm glad you got it, because I wasn't quite sure was it 15%. Of that 15%, or what?
They're separate. So we're saying that 15% of all ODA should have gender as a principal objective.
And then another 15%.
And we're saying that of all investments that have gender, a gender objective, whether principal or significant, 15% of those should identify target girls.
Okay, I wasn't quite sure.
Thank you for the question.
That's right. My third question, because we got to the second one really quickly, was paragraph 7 on page 2. Investing $50 million to develop and implement a new standalone investment stream on agriculture and food security within the Australian development investments. I'm keen for you to explore what that really means, what it looked like, and how it would achieve the purpose that you're trying to achieve.
If it's okay, Mr. Newman, I'll come back to your second question first, which is just in relation to adolescent girls within visibility within the development system. So you asked about how we would achieve that and why. And I think some of the challenge at the moment, as identified, is that the data does not show the situation for adolescent
We've got
girls
nothing
across
until
the
you
program.
came along to talk about this.
So we're calling for several things here. So the first is about consistent disaggregation of data across all programs. It's inconsistent at the moment, and as my colleague said, girls are often caught within children or then within women. So we want to see a much more granular disaggregation of data as a requirement across the program. That would allow us to see the situation that girls are experiencing as they contact with Australia's development investments. Secondly, within the program management system, we'd like the introduction of an adolescent girls tag, so it's possible to track investment then that is being utilised for and is reaching adolescent girls. That would enable us to know what the situation for girls is, make them visible, and understand how and whether we're reaching them with our investments, which would then support a greater targeting of those investments and be essential to move towards the sort of targets that we've identified
That's
in
very
relation to
helpful
50%.
evidence. Thank you very much for that.
In relation to the investment, the proposal around a standalone investment stream within the Australian development investments, obviously ADI has two investment focuses around gender equality and around climate change. Plan is particularly, and other agencies are, the evidence is very clear that women and girls are most impacted by food insecurity. Women and girls make up the largest proportion of people going hungry around the world, experiencing extreme hunger. When food becomes scarce, women and girls are the eat least and last. And we saw this in the research I referenced earlier with Pacific girls in relation to the changing climate. 1/3 of them reported eating less food than they had previously due to climate change, and 1/5 said that they had become food insecure, so they didn't have enough food to eat as a result of climate impacts. And so, albeit that some elements of agriculture are captured within the existing investment streams of ADI, we think that there is an opportunity for that fund to have a much more distinct focus on this particular area, which is important for Australia's regional interests, but also has a distinct and particular impact on women and girls. And so we understand the fund is currently capitalised, so we're calling for an additional investment of $50 million to have a new investment stream on food and agriculture security within the existing lens of ADI of a gender focus.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Madonna, you have another question?
Different question. I just wanted to circle back to some evidence we had this morning in relation to technology and the impact that technology is having on gender inequality, gender-based violence, growth of anti-rights movements, growth of misogyny, etc. I wondered if you flipped it on its head, though, and you say, okay, with the access of technology to markets, and I'm talking not just in Australia but in our region, is there an opportunity there to better utilise technology for all the outcomes that you're promoting and we've heard this today, and are there any really good examples?
It's Connor. Thank you for the question. I'll open and pass to my colleague perhaps on examples. But I mean, the short answer is yes. One of the things we know is that there is a significant access gap between men and women, girls and boys in relation to technology. So boys have much more access to digital spaces than girls do, and that gap widens or shortens depending on context. So it is contextual, but it is the case at the overall level that girls have less access to the internet and the possibilities that it opens up in terms of market access, skills and training and what have you that you identified. There are also safety issues involved, and I think, taking a rights-based perspective, what we would say as Plan is that the access to the digital space is potentially transformative for girls and women. It must be, safety must be by design rather than exclusion. It's important that there is accountability for the harms that might be experienced online to support this sort of the possibility and harnessing the opportunity of digital spaces for girls and women. And finally, that girls and women must be involved in training, and training must be with and for them rather than just sort of about how to protect women in digital spaces. So the short answer is yes, and there are really clear sort of rights-based ways to approach that in order to be able to harness those opportunities.
Thank you, Connor. Tanu here. Plan in Philippines had actually undertook a research last year where they saw how the sexual exploitation through live streaming actually impacts young people, especially girls in Philippines in certain provinces. One of the gaps. We can provide more information on that, but the one which really stayed with me is the gap in how to hold the platforms accountable for creating those platforms safe for the use by young people. But we know that young people, social media, and it's here to stay with young people. And most of the information that young people are actually receiving today is through social media. So how to make it more safe and practical for them to use? We have tried to use it through many ways. I can share some examples. First of all, we planned. Some time back had created which is called Youth Yes Academy, which is about providing information to young people who are at the threshold of getting skill, development, or they are looking for work, getting entry into the workforce. And they're staying in the remote area where they don't have access to training, in-person training and all. So this package, which was created by Plan, was actually to train these young people how to appear for interviews, how to strengthen their resumes, and how to actually consider, right kind of questions to be asked. At the same time, we have seen in the program, and that's the program in Timor-Leste, where these remote communities and where young people were part of the youth self-help groups, they actually started using on themselves. That was not part of the plan and design. They started using Facebook to actually getting in touch with the supermarkets based in Delhi to sell their product. So they used to get demand from Delhi to understand what is actually being sold in terms of agriculture produce. Previous to that, they were all growing the same green vegetables. Every community was growing traditionally the same thing. When they got to know that in the Delhi there is a high demand for capsicum or for specific produce, they started growing that, and they saw and they were able to demand, a working wage value for the money, which actually really helped them to become very competitive in that space. So we see that there is absolutely risk of social media use by young people, but at the same time, if they are aware of the risk and they are trained to use effectively to further their career, their aspirations, then they can also be very useful to that.
Can I just ask something you said earlier? Why do men and boys have more access than women? Is that where are they getting the access that women can't get?
Simple answer is that in the household which are economically, poor, there might be one or two instruments. Either it's with the fathers or it's with the brothers.
Okay, thank you.
And that's where the accessibility to, information is very limited.
Thank you.
Okay. We've just about reached the end of our time. I've got one very quick question, and then if there's anything we haven't covered that you want to make a comment about, please do so. I note that Plan International operates in about 83 countries. My simple question is this: is that limited by your ability, your own finances, your own staff, or have you actually been blocked in some countries from going in there?
That's a great question. It's not one I feel I can answer accurately and truthfully in this setting, but I'm very happy to take that on notice. I know that there are some countries where we work, and I'd say where we don't work, rather. I'd say sometimes that will be a choice and sometimes that will be a barrier. I could think of a few examples, but I'm very happy to provide a response to that on notice.
Thank you. Is there any closing comments you wish to make before we wrap up?
I think perhaps just in terms of what's not being covered, to say that hopefully as a committee you're convinced and compelled by the clear evidence around the connections between gender equality as a national and security and economic security imperative. And I think, albeit these are times of increasing challenge and threat to rights collectively, and gender equality as a shared pursuit, just to identify that, as with many others, Plan is looking at different ways to come at this challenge. And one of the ways that we're doing that that perhaps hasn't come up already is in our work on the Gender Compass. So the Gender Compass is a resource that we began in Australia by researching the Australian population and identifying attitudes to gender equality, so segmenting the Australian population based on their attitudes to gender equality. What we found was that gender equality is inequality, and attitudes against gender equality is unfortunately an evergreen issue in that those who are blockers or who disagree with gender equality, I cannot think of the name of that group right now, it includes women and it includes younger and older men. So it is not the case that we can wait out gender inequality and that it's an idea that whose time will expire. It is a renewing idea that we need to continue acting actively on because the blockers to gender equality exist across all age groups and across all demographics. The next step we took in that research was understanding how to have productive conversations about gender equality. So conversations that wouldn't immediately make the person you were trying to talk to turn off or head towards the opposing view. And so that's called the Moving the Middle Communication Toolkit. And we think that resources like this, understanding how to have productive conversations across different population groups. This research is in Australia, but it's certainly relevant and important to consider across all of our work. And we've spoken with DFAD about the tool and they're very interested in it, is a critical part of continuing to progress the gender equality as a key pursuit for national economic security, even in the face of a growing challenge. And we will be continuing that research, including with a forward focus on teens. So I think continued inquiry into these areas, it's not just the case that it's becoming harder, so we should deprioritise it. It's becoming harder, so we need to think creatively and deeply about how we further invest to pursue Australia's development objectives.
Thank you for that. And thank you both for coming in and appearing before the subcommittee. I note you have been asked to provide some further responses to questions, and if you could do that by sending it through to the Secretariat by the 2nd of June, that would be appreciated. And whatever you provide in the form of responses to questions will also appear as a submission to the inquiry and be published on the website. You will also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the committee today, and again, if you feel you need to make any corrections to that transcript, please contact the Secretariat. Once again, thank you, and I now suspend the hearing for 15 minutes, and we will resume again at 2:45.
Thank you very much.
Being nearly 2:45, the subcommittee will now resume its public hearing for its inquiry into gender equality as a national security and economic security imperative. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome representatives from World Vision Australia, Care Australia and Action Aid Australia to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would each of you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the subcommittee?
Good afternoon. My name is John Patterson. I am the Chief of Programs at World Vision Australia.
Thank you.
Hello, Morgana Ryan, CEO of Care Australia.
Hi, I'm Athena Wing. I'm the Gender Equality, Disability and Social Inclusion Lead at Care Australia.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Catherine Tu, Head of Policy and Campaigns at ActionAid Australia.
Hi, I'm Sophie Hardefelt, Deputy Head of Policy and Campaigns at ActionAid Australia.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if each of you could state your name before you respond to any question. I'm Tony Zapier, the Chair of the Committee. I'm from South Australia. To my right, Claire.
Claire Clutterham, the member for Sturt, also from South Australia.
Madonna Jarrett, member for Brisbane.
Lisa Darmanin, Senator for the mighty state of Victoria.
And Shane Newman should be back with us in just a moment. He's one of the federal members from Queensland as well. Here he is. I now invite each of you, or whoever, to make some brief opening statements, and then we'll proceed to a discussion. I'll leave it to you whether you all want to speak. The more you speak, the less time we have for questions. So, who wants to go first? Anyone?
Oh, thank you. All right. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee, for the opportunity to appear here today. I'm John Patterson, by way of introduction. World Vision is one of the world's largest international non-government organizations, working in nearly 100 countries and reaching over 15 million children annually. World Vision puts the needs of children and the women, families, and communities who care for them front and center of all of our work. We welcome this inquiry, and we strongly endorse its central premise, that gender equality is not a peripheral or optional concern, but a national security and economic security imperative. Drawing on more than 50 years of partnerships across the Pacific, Southeast Asia, and other fragile contexts, our experience confirms that gender equality functions as preventative security infrastructure, reducing the drivers of conflict, climate vulnerability, and economic fragility. And it strengthens the resilience of communities, nations, and the region. The stakes are particularly acute in our own Indo-Pacific region. The Indo-Pacific is home to the largest share of internally displaced people in the world, the majority of whom are women and children. Globally, women and children are 14 times more likely to die than men in extreme weather disasters. And 80% of those displaced by climate change are women. And yet these same women remain systematically excluded from the decisions that shape responses to the very crises that affect them most. The economic case is equally compelling. Closing the gender gap could deliver an estimated USD 7 trillion boost to the global economy. In agriculture alone, where women perform half of all labor, and where so much of the Pacific's food security rests, closing the productivity and wage gaps would lift global GDP by nearly USD 1 trillion and reduce food insecurity for 45 million people. World Vision Australia commends the Australian government for its leadership in this space through the International Gender Equity Strategy, Pacific Women Lead, Investing in Women, and the Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan. These are strong foundations. The opportunity now is to translate these commitments more deeply and consistently into Australia's hard security, climate, humanitarian, and economic policy settings. Our experience on the ground is clear. The most effective interventions are gender transformative, locally led, and grounded in trusted community institutions. Programs that engage faith leaders, that work with men and boys as allies, and that place women, including women-led agricultural cooperatives and small businesses, at the center of climate adaptation and economic recovery, deliver measurable results for peace, prosperity, and resilience. On behalf of our partners and the communities we serve, World Vision draws the committee's attention to 5 priorities outlined in our submission. 1, targeted investment in holistic women's economic empowerment, particularly in agriculture and informal sectors where poor women are concentrated, and where there are win-win outcomes for gender equality, poverty reduction, and climate action. Scaling access to finance for women-led green business, so women-led small and medium enterprises can close the credit gap and grow climate-smart business models. Integrating gender equality and women, peace, and security principles into climate, humanitarian, and disaster preparedness policy and programs, recognizing climate change as a major threat multiplier in our region. Leveraging trusted community institutions, including faith leaders, and engaging men as allies to shift harmful gender norms, drawing on proven approaches already supported by Australia's aid program. And scaling long-term flexible funding for locally led women's organizations, particularly in fragile and climate-exposed contexts in the Indo-Pacific. Consistent, principled support from the Australian government anchored in genuine partnership with women-led organizations and local civil society continues to be vital for our region. Gender equality is fundamental to Australia's economic security, regional stability, and national security interests. And it is one of the most cost-effective investments Australia can make. World Vision stands ready to support the committee and the government in translating these commitments into practice across the Indo-Pacific.
Thank you for that. Who wants to go next? Okay.
Morgana Ryan, CEO of Care Australia. Thank you to the committee for this important inquiry and the opportunity to speak, and we look forward to sharing examples with you over the Q&A. Care's focus is really driving change from the very top levels of national leadership right down to the communities in which we work. We know that when we increase women's representation in Parliament, it significantly changes the way in which states respond in times of conflict, with a 5 times decrease in likelihood of a military response for every 5% increase of female representation. For this reason, one of our recommendations is advancing female political leadership as a program with cross-party Australian politicians, female politicians, engaging in a mentoring, peer-to-peer support program with cross-party politicians in other countries, particularly with a focus around the Pacific. And in the first instance, we would recommend Timor-Leste, given they have a reasonably high level of female representation. We feel this also aligns with DFAT's strategy of building people-to-people connections between Australia and the countries within our region. We also know that in the last 12 to 18 months, we've seen significant cuts in aid globally, but with that has also come significant challenges around the principles of gender equality. So our other recommendation is around staying the course around Australia's steadfast commitment to principles of gender equality, inclusion, and the concept of a fair go, which we greatly appreciate and feel in this environment it's really critical.
Thanks, Morgana. I'm Athena Wing. I'm the JETSI lead at Care Australia. So thanks so much for having us. So through our experience, Care has seen firsthand how gender inequality not only exacerbates security and economic challenges, but is actually a structural driver of those challenges, which means that gender inequality can create the conditions that may lead to conflict and economic instability. And we're seeing this unfold in front of us right now. So where women's rights are being rolled back, we see rising militarism and economies destabilising. And these aren't coincidences, they're connected. On the contrary, we've also seen how investments in gender equality through CARES work or other means can create more stable, economically resilient communities. And the interventions that are most effective are those that move from just targeting women as aid recipients to shifting the systems that prevent women from becoming independent economic actors, and those that move beyond just protecting women in conflict to actually supporting women's organising, decision-making and leadership. So as Morgana said, we're happy to share some good practice examples with you today, but even the best evidence is not so useful without the resources to implement them. So we also call on Australia to meet the ambition in the International Gender Equality Strategy on peace and security, economic equality, inclusive trade, with the resources that are needed to make those a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie Hardefelt, Deputy Head of Policy and Campaigns at ActionAid Australia. So thank you again to the committee for the opportunity to participate in this hearing. ActionAid Australia is part of a global federation working in over 70 countries to advance women's rights and end poverty and injustice. The timing of this inquiry is really critical. The evidence is clear that gender equality is essential to the full realisation of human rights, as well as being a key element of peaceful, stable and flourishing societies. Yet globally, hard-won women's rights gains are under threat. Rising authoritarianism and a coordinated anti-rights movement is targeting the rights of women, LGBTQIA+ people and other marginalised groups. This is occurring alongside escalating global crises, rising conflict, an accelerating climate crisis and mounting economic insecurity, which are hitting diverse women and other vulnerable groups the hardest. The situation has been compounded by severe cuts to global aid as governments shift spending towards military budgets. Women are among the most impacted by targeted funding cuts to sexual and reproductive health, maternal health, gender-based violence, alongside other critical gender equality programming. ActionAid welcomes the release of Australia's gender equality strategy last year, as well as the prioritisation of gender equality in Australia's development policy. Australia's efforts to foster a more peaceful, prosperous and stable region really do rely on targeted action to address the challenges facing women and girls that threaten both their rights as well as human security. In this context, ActionAid is urging Australia to respond to the growing backlash on women's rights by stepping up as a global leader on gender equality, including by scaling up funding, multi-year flexible core funding for women's rights organisations and movements that are best placed to be driving transformative change, providing a strong voice on gender equality in regional and global policymaking spaces, responding to rising militarisation through the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, and expanding domestic and global action on gender and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go to my colleagues, and then if I've got time, I've got some questions. Who wants to go first? Anyone?
I want to talk to you, John, because you're a Christian-based charity. You say that in what you say. And you talk about channels of hope on page 9 of your submission, engaging in faith-based leaders in an effective way to shift gender norms and strengthen women's leadership in the area. It seems to me, when going to various countries in the Pacific region, that many of these faith-based leaders are men, as opposed apart from the Catholic and some of the Orthodox churches here in Australia, most Protestant denominations allow women priests and clergy and leaders. And tell me about the challenges you face in this Channels of Hope, because it wasn't a generation ago in church leadership that I and my fathers and mothers beforehand in various churches found challenges in this area in terms of stereotype. And I don't want to sound like St Paul or Tarsus or something, but there are plenty of examples in biblical things about that doesn't support gender equality. So I'm just interested in how you go there and how successful. You talk about an example in Bangladesh, I think, in Cox's Bazar on page 10. but I'm interested in the Christian aspects of it and how you're going there.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. It's an excellent question, and I think it's one that we have to pay close attention to. It would be naive to think that structured religious organizations are exempt from the types of patriarchal suppression that we're talking about here and what we are hoping to address here. It would also be, historically ignorant to not recognize that some of them have, in fact, been the core perpetrators of that throughout history. But the key that we have seen, and I think this comes across in our submission, is that true gender transformation is not the work of women alone. What we see these programs really take hold when they really work is when we bring men and boys along as allies. So there's the Channels of Hope, which is very important. I might also point to our program, Men Care, which is a program that we do internationally, training men and boys on how to become allies and how to best support women decision-making within the household and within communities. Specifically on faith leaders, and this is really important, the other aspect of good gender programming and really good development programming is that effective transformation does not happen to a community. It comes from within a community. It's co-designed in a community. And the reality is that in many places around the world, and the Pacific in particular, faith leaders are integral into their communities. And bringing those faith leaders along for the journey is not a nice to have. It is critical for the success of these programs. And what's important to our approach, to your point, a lot of these leaders are men. Some of them bring regressive stereotypes into this work, and we have to meet these men where they are. We have to approach them within their cultural and theological frameworks that exist there. And it's not our job to tell them what to do. It's our job to work with them, to provide them the tools that they can have effective conversations with their colleagues, with their spouses, and then with their communities, so that we can take them on that journey, they can be part of it, and then it's not World Vision that leads those conversations, it's those faith leaders themselves.
Are you getting funding for this from the federal government? Because I think we've done a pretty poor job of engaging with faith-based organisations in the Indo-Pacific region. These communities, many of the communities are very religious. So I'm just interested, are you getting any federal government funding to run these programs?
We have a variety of funding. I can take it on notice to see which specific
and
ones.
How effective, how long have they been running and how effective are they?
We find them to be quite effective, and we have a good body of evidence from not just World Vision Australia's programming, but World Vision International across the world on how this programming has been transformative in a lot of different aspects. And I might point actually to our Vanuatu experience, where through that Channels of Hope program, community members reported an 80% self-reported decrease in violence. And then again in Kenya, where community members reported increased harmony from 20% to 81%. And then in Timor-Leste, parents reported a shift in nonviolent parenting practices. So this is a program that we see with well-established results across the world in many different aspects of our programming.
I don't want to be a bit esoteric about this, but I used to be an accredited specialist in family law, so for 25 years I practiced in family law and child protection. And in my observation, religious denominations, there are many people in faith-based organisations who engage in domestic and family violence, divorce rates, and we saw that in the Royal Commission into institutional child abuse, the extent to which faith-based organisations have been involved, and there's been covering up and all manner of things. So you've got an opportunity. To what extent have these organisations got protocols, governance to make sure that women are not at risk of gender violence and domestic and family violence in these areas, and to what extent are you working with them in these programs? Because it's no good just working with leadership as long as if that leadership's got integrity and character, and they've got the risks based organisations, and to defrock clergy that are involved in these types of activities, to make sure that there's a standard that real masculine men don't do these sorts of things. And your organisation's got real cachet in this space. So to what extent are you working with them along those lines?
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And I think it's something that needs to be called out. Human institutions, whether they are faith-based institutions or businesses, whatever they are still ultimately made up of humans. And just because you are a faith-based institution doesn't mean you're exempt from these issues as well. And I will say that, we, as I mentioned, we have good programmatic evidence on how we've been able to do this. But also I want to point out that, the safeguarding practices that we have in place for all of our partners, whether they are faith-based or not, are some of the most rigorous in the world. And this is something that, World Vision takes very seriously. And in all of our programming and all of our partnerships, we ensure that that safeguarding standard is met or exceeded.
Good. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. My question is probably best directed at Ms. Ryan, although on notice if anyone else wants to add commentary later, that would be very welcome. In this current climate of aid budgets being slashed and funding redirected elsewhere, I was interested in your comment about Australia needing to stay the course, and I think for most reasonable Australians that would ring true. But there is a cohort that has an attitude of, we've got a lot of problems here in this country, this is where our budget should be spent, and once we've solved Australia's problems, then we should look further abroad. And obviously that's a very short-sighted position, but how can government best craft a message about how that's an efficient and effective use of taxpayer money, particularly in the age of, I need my news and my message in 5 seconds because I'm addicted to scrolling and I can't sit there and, it can't be 20 pages of information. How do we craft that message about the importance of, international aid and gender equality in our region actually benefits us here? So your money is being spent to your benefit, even though it doesn't look and feel like it.
Yeah, thank you. So Morgana Ryan, CEO of Care Australia. Look, it's a thorny issue that we grapple with as well. I think ACFID, as the peak body, the Australian Council for International NGOs, has done some research through the Safer World for All campaign that's actually found the Australian public's perception of how much is actually spent on foreign aid is wildly disproportionate to the amount that is actually spent. So that is one of the challenges. People think it's far more than it actually is. But I think there's also some nuance around just how you craft the stories in a really easy to understand, tangible way. And I think some of the responsibility for that is actually on us as a sector to do that better. There's also just the harsh reality that the problems that are outside Australia directly impact inside Australia. If you look at some of the things that are happening in Myanmar and Bangladesh with the Rohingya crisis, Cox's Bazar, one of the largest refugee camps in the world, scam centres, drug trade, people getting in boats, all of those things flow into our borders. And in an increasingly digitalised world, you can't block those things. So that's the reality, but speaking to the Australian public in that way is not something that's quickly or easily understood. So I do think there is really just a bit of a hearts and minds play on how we better tell the stories of the work that we do and the impact that it has.
Mm-hmm. And climate refugees jumps out to me as well, because you've got a large proportion of industry, the public that says climate change is a fiction, but yet on our doorstep it's kind of happening before our eyes, and we are going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, and I definitely think the strategy around the people-to-people connections is a really strong one and a sound one by the Australian government, DFAT, because it's a two-way education process. So when you bring scholarship students from, particularly from the Pacific and overseas, then they're sharing their stories and their lived reality with Australian students within the Australian community, and vice versa when we're sending Australian expertise overseas, through AVI and other volunteering programs, those stories are being told as well. So I think there's strength in those connections, whether it's the rugby, it's the netball, it's some of those pieces too. But it's a multifaceted approach actually, and I don't know if others might have further comments I'd like to add to that.
Yeah, Catherine too from ActionAid Australia. ActionAid Australia is also part of the Safer World for All campaign, which is coordinated by the Australian Council for International Development, the peak body of development organisations. We did a bunch of research around this, and our messaging has been that to the Australian people we speak about increasing the aid budget to 1%, which it currently sits at 0.6. Yeah, so it's very low. Most people, like Morgana said,
think it would that thing at 10.
yeah, and so exactly. So it's a very compelling argument to say that we could spend just 1% of the budget. If we increased it to just 1%, we could have good outcomes for people living overseas. And also, like, we know that investing in aid is good for Australia's national interest and economic security, but actually through the messaging research that we did through Redbridge, the moral argument was actually most compelling to people, which I thought was really interesting. And also, like, as a sector, being able to invest more in stories of impact of, like, actual tangible changes to people's lives that have been made as a result of aid investment. Did you want to add?
Yeah, the only thing that I would add is that the Safer World for All campaign did some polling earlier this year around Australia's attitudes to aid, and what we found was that 74% of respondents supported either leaving the aid budget as it currently sits or increasing international aid. So I think in some cases we have a perception that the public is not supportive of aid, but once they actually know how much we're providing, there's generally quite strong support for it.
What was the sample size of?
I can take that on notice and provide more detail.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
If I might, just very quickly, because I think this is an important issue. There's also a very real economic case for this. So much of the work that we highlighted in our submission around economic women's empowerment had to do with the agricultural sector, where, as I mentioned, women are half of the labor force. But they're not nearly as productive as the men because they don't have equal access to capital, they don't have equal access to credit, and that means that these supply chains that we're talking about are supply chains that lead directly to the shelves of Woolies, to Coles, and to the tables of everyday Australians. And we have research that shows when women have equal access to capital, when they have equal access to credit, it improves productivity by 20 to 30%, and that is a direct economic impact for everyday Australians.
Madonna.
I just want to change tack a little bit. It was mentioned the importance of inclusive trade, and we look at the breakdown of our traditional trade approaches over the last 18 months in particular. Are you seeing that increasing the discriminatory economic sort of structural approaches that support women in business in certain countries? Are you seeing a negative impact on women's equality, particularly, I guess, from an economic empowerment perspective? And are there countries and sectors where you're seeing the change in our trade arrangements being negative towards women, or are we're shielded here?
Morgana Ryan,
yeah.
Australia. I don't have the details exactly to your question, but the one observation I would make around the macroeconomic situation is that particularly for the Asian region, the countries that were hardest hit by the withdrawal of US aid funding were also the countries that were most heavily penalised with the tariffs that were introduced, and they're now also the countries that are bearing the brunt of the Middle East crisis, because when you look at the flow of where that Middle Eastern oil went, I think I saw a stat, it's maybe 3 to 4% Europe, 3 to 4% America, 30% China, and the rest of it is very much the Asian region, particularly the Pacific, and the longer-term impact of the fertiliser as well. So the risk for food insecurity over the next 6 to 12 months as a flow-on impact of what's happening in the Middle East. So you've kind of got a perfect storm of those three things that are really exacerbating, what is already quite a challenging situation.
Yeah, and we've seen in CARE's programming that when economies become more fragile, less stable, and families are able to eat less and afford less, it is often women and children who end up eating last, and women and children who often bear the brunt of these broad economic decisions. And so in a lot of our work, what we also try to change, as well as well, we've got limited pull over the macroeconomics, but what we do try and change in the communities that we work with is the informal structures, the discriminatory norms, the stereotypes, the gender roles and responsibilities that prevent women from being able to engage independently as economic participants and also make financial decisions in their home. So we find shifting those informal structures are also important, as well as supporting the more formal markets and economy.
And with the shifting of the informal structures, because women in developing countries for decades have had issues with access to finance, access to, legally able to own land, hold a bank account, etc. Are you seeing that shifting in our region in a substantial way, or are we still just going on that nice slow trajectory?
I think in the work we do, it is years and decades in the making. But what we do find is that when we work at a deeper level of changing gender and social norms, then that, I guess, sticks a bit more than just doing leadership training or providing, inputs or providing resources, because it shifts the power dynamics within that community. So that's the approach that we really try to take, to do that deeper work, and like what Vision was saying, to also bring men and boys along who are the decision makers and the gatekeepers, so that there can be more equitable participation in the economy and also in the home.
Can I just ask one more question quickly, Chairs? And that actually leads on to the question I was going to ask, which was the Men Care program, because we heard a lot of evidence earlier today in relation to the growth in anti-rights, misogyny, etc., and the and how that in some respects is at its, well, not in some respects, is at its worst ever. So what do we need to do differently? We've got the Men Care program, which I think was yours, Mr. Patterson, from World Vision. Yeah. Answers? Got any answers for that?
Sure, and if I could do just to piggyback on the first part of that question as well, because I do think we are seeing, at a programmatic level, we are seeing real progress. I'll give a couple of examples. So we have a program called Gender Inclusive Pathways Out of Poverty in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, and this was a program that was involved financial literacy training, gender inclusive financial literacy training for not just for the male heads of households, but the couples together. And in that program, we saw women's decision making increase from 11% to 78%. And at the same time, the households that were part of that program, the household income level tripled. So that's a very real example of what we see when this becomes more inclusive. It absolutely has very real economic impacts at the household level.
And you said that was Bangladesh?
That was Bangladesh, yes, ma'am. And so I think, and programs like Men Care absolutely are part of that, right? And what they do is engaging the fathers, the husbands, sons, and as caregivers and partners. We've also seen, in addition to the economic benefits of a program like Men Care, it also reduces domestic violence. It promotes shared responsibility at the household level, which builds more resilient households, which then build more resilient communities.
If I may, Morgana Ryan, CEO of Care Australia. We had the pleasure of taking members of the Care Australia board to Timor-Leste earlier this year, and to give just a very practical example. So we took them out to Atsabe, which was 6 hours on a very, very bad road. But when we got out there, we were observing a village savings and loans group, and it was a very patriarchal, quite religious part of Timor-Leste. And the woman running the Village Savings and Loans program, when you can read someone's body language, she was so proud and she was so competent and confident. And then another lady basically stood up and what she said was translated for us, which was basically, I have the ideal husband. He stays at home and looks after the children while I actually run the farming initiative. And to me, that was just a really... And he stood up proudly and kind of acknowledged her comments. And it was a really nice example, actually, of where you can take there was some DFAT funding there. We had some private US funding around farmer field business schools. We had some Japanese government funding around a program called HAFORSA. So it was producing high nutrient food that was going into the school feeding supply chain that was generating income that they were then using the village savings and loans, where they were teaching these behaviours around saving money, but also shared responsibility for the finances between the men and the women. So to me, it was this really nice example of building solutions that are a combination of different parts of funding, community, economic, with the supply chain that generates an income, with the financial management skills, with the kind of gender role, open discussions. And when you bring all of those things together, you build something that's more sustainable. And I think probably across all of us, we have examples like that that talk to that change. It doesn't happen overnight, but even when the funding stops, you can't take away that learning and that change that's happened and the potential that those village and savings loans programs will continue to run, and what they've learned about nutrition in food and things like that. So,
and if I may, Athena Nguyen from CARE, I also wanted to share a CARE example which brings in the security angle, which is also an aspect of this inquiry. So CARE also has a program in Enga province in PNG, which, as you know, is one of the most conflict-affected regions, called Peace Together. And this is an example of how we've used gender equality as a security investment. So we've established community peace committees, which include women members and also some female leadership in an area where women have never really had a seat at the table. We also provide small grants for agriculture and livelihoods, because we know that strengthening women's economic security reduces the resource scarcity that can trigger conflict. And then we also have been working with men and boys to challenge the harmful masculine norms that normalise violence. And I think one of those most powerful moments was when we had a male tribal leader stand up, and who had led lots of the fighting, stand up and renounce violence and surrender his weapons. And he attributed that to the reflection that his community has gone through that challenged the link between masculinity, violence and domination. So here we see a powerful combination of female leadership, women's economic security and challenging harmful masculine norms that's led to measurable reductions in violence and increased security and stability for one of our most strategic and closest neighbours.
Could I just add as well? Sorry, I just wanted to add a couple of points that you raised. So in relation to inclusive trade policy, I think that we sometimes have an assumption that Australia's trade agreements are gender neutral or are creating new opportunities for women. And I think that it's really important that we're actually undertaking gender impact assessments of our trade agreements, just to make an assessment of whether or not the provisions that we include in our trade in the trade agreements are having positive outputs for women, or if we're needing to make adjustments to the provisions that we have. Sometimes we can see that where trade agreements may open up different sectors to international investment, it can actually have negative outcomes for women, and they can undermine women's economic security and workers' rights. So really, an area I think Australia has been taking steps to improve its trade agreements and to really think about how gender can be better incorporated, but undertaking those impact assessments can be really important. I also just wanted to add, in terms of the response to this rise in anti-rights movements, I think we want to be tackling this at all levels. There's a particular role that Australia can be playing in engaging in regional and global forums. We're seeing some traditional allies that we had that were strong advocates for gender equality, softening their voices or not, continuing to step up in those spaces and really put forward gender as a, key and critical fundamental right. We're seeing language is being challenged, whether it's in climate spaces, whether it's in other UN spaces. We're seeing real pushbacks on the gains that we have achieved in the last few decades, and it's really important that Australia is one of those countries that is going into these spaces and continuing to be that strong advocate, but also that we're working with our allies to ensure that women's rights is front and centre in all of our diplomatic engagement. And the final thing I just wanted to mention was that that intersection in how we're responding to gender equality and climate change. We know that climate change is a threat multiplier. It has particular impacts on gender equality and women's rights. Women are impacted most in disasters. As food producers, they're impacted most when agriculture is impacted by climate slow impact events, and by responding to climate change in a gender transformative way, Australia has the opportunity to really have that double dividend of progressing our climate change goals as well as progressing our gender equality goals. So, for example, ActionAid has a program in Vanuatu where we work with over 9,000 women in the Women I Talk Together network. It's an example of when we can support collective action on climate change and women-led collective action. Women are actually able to lead climate solutions in their communities. I mean, they've always been leading, but they're really supported to step in and drive gender-responsive responses to disasters. We've got communities that women are leading the implementation of renewable technology. And by doing that, by showing that leadership on climate change, they're also able to shift unequal gender imbalance in their communities and really start to challenge some of those gender norms.
Lisa, you've got the last question.
Thank you. Just thinking about the Women Deliver conference last week, I had the benefit of participating in just a tiny bit of it, and I should say it's not a conflict, but I've known Morgana Ryan for many years, and we are friends, so I just put that on the record. But I just my question is around women's political leadership and the need for Australia to continue to support programs that encourage women's political leadership. But what strikes me is that, we are, particularly in the Asia Pacific region and our closest neighbours, we are all quite different in terms of our progress in gender equality and women in politics. And I wonder if you could talk a bit about where you've seen your case studies work well, keeping in mind that, we do not want to be a kind of top-down colonial approach to these things. And I think other examples have been provided in kind of the faith-based thinking around community leadership. Like, what does that really look like, and how do we best help in a situation where our cultures, histories and societies are really quite different? Sorry, just a small question.
Morgana Ryan, Care Australia. Look, I think there's different ways you can do mentoring and leadership. The recommendation we've made around sort of a political, women's political leadership is peer-to-peer, it's women to women. So it's not necessarily implied that it's Australians showing Timorese or people in other parts of the Pacific. It's actually a recognition that it's women helping women and women lifting each other up. And that was, for me, actually the real beauty of the Women Deliver conference last week. It wasn't so much about the declaration or the other pieces. It was the conversations with women from all around the world. And I was lucky enough to sit at a round table on how you actually increase women's political leadership. And I had someone from Trinidad and Tobago, someone from Uganda, Solomon Islands, and just that richness of the conversation. So our recommendation is actually that you look at putting in place some women-to-women, peer-to-peer, cross-party as well, I think is very important, political mentoring and collaboration programs to build those connections between Australian federal and state politicians and those of our immediate neighbours, particularly in the Pacific. If others.
Yeah, and just to add, sometimes we do get the question of, I'm sure all our organisations have gotten the question of, you're going to these communities, you're introducing these ideas of gender equality, etc. But I would have to say that through my experience in every community across Asia, across the Pacific, there are really amazing kick-ass women who are speaking up for their rights and advocating for their priorities and their needs. And it's if you experience being denied resources, being denied access, being denied your voice, you experience that as an injustice no matter where you live. So it is about connecting women who have similar experiences, maybe to different degrees, depending on how strongly patriarchal their community is, but connecting women together. So collectively, we know historically, collectively, women work together has been the thing that's progressed gender equality.
And Chair, just on notice, in your opening statement, you talked about some interesting stats around the connection between women's representation and reduction in violence, I think. I was wondering if you could perhaps just provide the committee with a bit more detail about that.
Yes.
Where we can find the source information would be really fantastic.
Yeah, that comes from a global study, and let me just get you the source.
We've referenced it on page 3 of our submission.
Yeah, so it comes from the Journal of Conflict Resolution, and it was a global study done that found that every 5% increase in women's representation in Parliament, countries were 5 times less likely to respond to conflict with, to disagreements with military aggression.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We've come to the end of our time period for this session, so once again, thank you all for appearing before the subcommittee. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, I believe you have, please forward it to the Secretariat by the 2nd of June, that's a Tuesday. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. You'll also be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to the subcommittee today, and if you feel you need to make any transcription changes to that, again, please contact the Secretariat. With that, thank you, and I now temporarily suspend whilst we get our next witness online. We don't have our I now welcome representatives from Equality Australia and the Global Philanthropy Project to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Human Rights Subcommittee?
My name is Sivan Tancher, and I'm the International Advisor at Equality Australia.
Okay. And we've got someone online. Who have we got online?
Hi, my name is David Skemmel. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Global Philanthropy Project.
Thank you, both of you. And although the subcommittee doesn't require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. To assist with the transcript of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I'm Tony Zappia, the Chair of the Committee. I'm from South Australia. Claire, I'll hand over to you and get them shown.
Sure. Claire Cotterham, Member for Sturt in South Australia.
Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair and Ipswich in Country Region, South East.
Madonna Jarrett, Federal Member for Brisbane and Queensland.
Lisa Darmanin, Senator for Victoria.
Thank you. And we don't have anyone online at the moment. And just to say, we've got to wrap this up at 4 o'clock. So if we ask questions, if we could cut to the chase, it would just give everyone a chance to get through today's evidence. I now do invite you to make a brief opening statement. And I don't know who wants to go first, but I'll leave it to you folks.
Thank you. I'll take that. We are experiencing a global wave of anti-LGBTIQ plus human rights attacks with implications for Australia's core foreign policy interests. For the LGBTIQ plus advocates that we work closely with, their work is increasingly a matter of life and death. One advocate who has a young child has had 3 death threats this year and has had to upgrade security in their home. And that's in a country that's considered relatively friendly to LGBTIQ plus people. These rollbacks we're seeing are often a means to an end. They are part of broader attacks on democracy and human rights. And whether it's changes to laws or hate speech by a political leader, these anti-LGBTIQ plus tactics are part of a broader authoritarian strategy, creating a moral panic to try and justify anti-democratic actions like cracking down on the freedoms of speech and association, restricting press freedom, and reducing judicial independence. These efforts are deliberately deployed, they are well-resourced, and they are internationally coordinated. Groups such as Alliance Defending Freedom International, Family Watch International, and the International Organization for the Family are funded through donors in the US and Europe and work with local partners around the world to cultivate the use of these anti-LGBTIQ plus attacks. This trend is a direct risk to Australia's interests in the region. These actions hollow out democratic norms and institutions. They undermine public trust in government. They exacerbate political polarisation and facilitate interference from states not allied to Australia. They imperil social cohesion and stability, as we have seen with some of our closest diplomatic allies, and as we are starting to see here at home with the recent New South Wales inquiry into far-right extremism drawing many of the same conclusions. So these are core issues for our national security. And the final thing I want to say is that Australia has concrete avenues for response. LGBTIQ plus organisations in the region are at the front lines of these attacks and are critical partners in effectively responding. DFAT does have an existing fund to support these groups, but it's severely underfunded, sitting at just $3.5 million a year, which for perspective is less than 0.1% of the aid budget. When this was first announced, it was a good start, but 3 years later, the need in the region dwarfs the amount, and we're aware of the pressures on the aid budget, but given the urgency and the stakes of the issues that we're talking about, we think that dollar for dollar, Australia's support for LGBTIQ plus groups is at this stage one of the most compelling uses that can be made of Australian aid funding. Thank you.
Mr. Scammell, did you wish to make any opening comments?
No, that was a shared statement.
Thank you. I might go straight to my colleagues. Lisa, you've got the first call.
Thank you. Can you just, in terms of some of the, you've touched in your opening statement a little bit about some of the work that the government has been doing, but you know, what else have you seen in other countries that we could look at as examples about additional kind of next steps in terms of really addressing the LGBTIQ inclusion in some of this discussion in a really practical way?
Yeah, sure. Dave, do you want me to start?
Sure.
Yeah, so this is Sivan. There's 2 parts to it. One is LGBTIQ plus specific actions that Australia's government can take. A lot of that rests on there being continued really strong direction from a ministerial level towards the department, whether that's internal or public, and which makes it clear that the expectation is that Australia's diplomatic corps, consistently takes action on LGBTIQ plus issues, whether it's through diplomacy or development assistance. that LGBTIQ plus issues are embedded throughout Australia's aid program, not just through the specific fund that we've talked about, although that's important. And then there's a suite of broader actions. One notable one, for example, at the moment is that although we do have some evidence about the way that international anti-LGBTIQ plus groups are operating in the region, there is an urgent need for more evidence. These actors also advocate against other areas of human rights, such as women's reproductive rights. And I think there is a clear consensus across the movement and among some of our counterparts at DFAT that we're badly in need of better intelligence and analysis about what is happening.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Madonna?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Actually, you talked about a lot of the anti-rights movements being internationally coordinated and well resourced on the ground. I don't want to take words out of your mouth, but what are, if you're looking in our region, are there certain countries or areas that are more, where we're seeing this more prevalent at the moment? And are there areas we should be keeping a closer eye on? I guess I'll stop with that one first and then move on.
Yeah, sure. Dave, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of we've seen a few sort of examples of, sorry, there's a really bad echo. I'm sort of hearing back myself. Then I'll continue. So we're seeing a number of examples of countries where both domestic actors in partnership with well-resourced international conservative actors are working together to push both legal policy and political actions targeting LGBTI communities. A kind of really prominent and prominent one is in Indonesia. Conservative groups for a number of years have been working to restrict not only the rights and identities of the LGBTI community, but also their capacity to do any sort of advocacy or social outreach. That kind of in recent years, the penal code amendments that were enacted that not only banned any form of sexual relations outside of marriage, so hitting on not just the lives of LGBTI people, but a broad section of the population, was part of a broader package of reforms that sort of clamped down on freedom of speech and freedom of thought across Indonesia. That's kind of a prominent example. We've also seen some of that happening in places like Vanuatu and Solomon Islands leading up to the last election. Do you want to add any other examples?
Can I just ask a question before you answer that? What country were you referring to in the first, before you moved on to Vanuatu and the Solomons? It was so muffled I couldn't understand what markets you were referring to.
Indonesia.
Indonesia, thank you. I thought so, but wasn't sure. Thank you. Yeah. I've got another question. Did you want to say anything further on that?
Just quickly, that what's different about this region compared to other regions where international anti-gender actors are operating is that it's much less visible. We know that it's happening, but part of the strategy of these groups is to work with local partners who are often the face of what's happening. And so the best way to follow where the movement is operating is to look at where regression is happening. And a really good example of that, in addition to the ones Dave has highlighted, is Sri Lanka, where we've seen, over the course of several electoral cycles, the anti-LGBTIQ plus rhetoric growing really markedly, as well as an increase in the level of coordination among conservative religious groups behind those strategies.
Thank you. We had somebody coming in, we had a group come in earlier today and they were talking about the importance of targeting adolescent women and supporting them. I'm just wondering if that cohort is also is just as extra vulnerable. I don't want to use that word, but extra vulnerable within the LGBTIQ plus community. And are you collecting data at all in that space in terms of particularly the adolescent community, any programs that might be there to support, etc.?
I might just start and then hand to Dave. Look, the reality is that our movement, our sector is much, much smaller than the mainstream gender equality sector, and we don't have the infrastructure to be collecting data at that level at this stage. And LGBTIQ plus issues are also much less well integrated into development assistance overall. So it's difficult to say for certain without, when you start having a population focus within development assistance, that results in much richer data and understanding of the issues from a socioeconomic perspective. It's just, we're not at that stage yet.
Yeah, okay.
Dave?
Sorry, it's actually quite hard for me to hear the full question. I think we're having difficulties both you hearing me and vice versa.
Mr. Scummel, are you using speakerphone? Because maybe if you just don't use that and just talk straight into the phone without the speakerphone, it might be a little bit clearer for us. But I can hear you okay, actually. I don't know if you can hear us, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I missed the last question. And there's also feedback on my end. I would suggest continuing. Savan and I have worked together to kind of prepare, so I don't want to take up more time with logistics. I can just listen.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Claire.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Just interested in the reference to the fear of Western interference. What does that look like? How is that manifested by these actors, and how do you counter that?
Yeah, so the part of the narrative that is used across the world, particularly in our region, is this idea that LGBTIQ plus rights are somehow a Western imposition, and that's part of the rhetoric that is used. It's a way of both alienating LGBTIQ plus people, undermining the legitimacy of local LGBTIQ plus people and their advocacy, and forms part of a broader narrative that there is some sort of threat to the nation, to national culture, to national values. And that's the narrative that anti-gender actors used. In terms of how to counter it, there is some really interesting work happening by the movement at the moment across the region to unearth and elevate the many forms of same-sex attraction and gender diversity that existed before colonisation occurred. And so what that looks like in practice, in some cases, is going out to remote villages, and this is all done by locals, all this work, going out to remote villages and talking about the words that people use to describe these types of diversity, documenting it, making it more visible in national discourse to really highlight the fact that diverse LGBTIQ plus identities are not Western imports, and in fact that what is a Western import is, in many cases, the colonial era laws that ban homosexuality and ban diverse forms of gender expression.
Interesting. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Can I ask this question, just following on from that and some of the other questions? Is it your view, and I don't know if there's any stats on this, but is it your view that men are targeted more so than women with respect to LGBTQI issues?
Just to confirm, you mean...
Is the focus on these countries that seem to not be accepting of LGBTQI people more focused on men than women, or is it about equal? I just don't know.
It's just different in terms of the forms that discrimination and violence take. We know, for example, that lesbian and bisexual women experience particular forms of gender-based violence that are a result of both being queer and being a woman. So, for example, things like forced marriage or corrective rape, those sorts of really violent acts which are a result of those overlapping identities, whereas for men historically have been more likely to be targeted in some countries by the use of those colonial era laws. But what we're seeing, not necessarily in our region as far as I'm aware, but certainly in some countries in sub-Saharan Africa, is the expansion of those colonial era laws so that they don't just apply to men but also apply to women.
And again, is it your observation, if I could use that term, that the issues are actually becoming more difficult to deal with than they might have been in the past, or in the past were they issues that nobody talked about, nobody did anything about, whereas now they are an issue that is confronting to people everywhere across the world, and therefore they have to deal with it. But is it becoming more difficult or less?
It's becoming more difficult. One of the reasons for that is that it's not just the fact that LGBTIQ plus people are being targeted, it's that our ability to do advocacy is being targeted. So the rise of authoritarian regimes across the region, the introduction of laws that restrict the ability of civil society organisations to register or even receive foreign funding are all under threat. We did a count, and something like 33 different countries in Asia now have laws in place that prevent civil society groups from receiving international funding. And that's not just LGBTIQ plus groups, that's more broadly, but in many cases these laws are enforced more actively against LGBTIQ plus movements. So the work of the advocacy is becoming more difficult.
Okay, we're just about out of time. Shane, did you have a last question before we wrap up?
I just had to take a phone call. Catherine King's office just rang me. When the Minister for Infrastructure rings, you'll answer the phone. I'm just interested in you say on page 7 of your submission, a well-funded, coordinated international network. I'm really interested in how this operates, because I have to agree with you. I think there's a really, really concerted effort to attack the LGBTIQ+ community. I really think there is a clear effort. And I want to know how that then impacts on women's sexual and reproductive rights, the attack. I want you to explore the linkage. First talk about the coordination, then talk about the linkage and how it's linked in together. That'd be great.
Okay, in terms of the coordination, it is some people in our sector call it a movement, but it's much less coordinated than that. It's the main coordination happens through funding flows, which come out of, as far as we're aware, the US far right, particularly evangelical sources. Historically, the funding has come out of Russia, although there's some evidence that Russia's pulled back a little bit in the last couple of years to focus on domestic ideological projects. And then increasingly, there is some evidence that European private foundations with conservative ideological bents are a significant source of funding. And so that funding is used to fund aligned organisations. And along with the funding come things like conferences, trainings, which seek to align the narratives and the tactics that the actors use. That's how the coordination works, kind of transnationally. And then what you might have is some of the international groups and international actors cultivating relationships at local level it might start with a single MP. My understanding is that that's how it started in Vanuatu, with the flow-on effects that we've now seen. And then they'll work with those local actors to build up a bit of a movement. Sometimes they'll run test cases. It's all very adapted to what works in that local context. Your second question was about the links to...
Link with the women's reproductive rights, sexual rights.
Yeah, so I think the point to make here is that many of these organisations are not primarily ideologically motivated. They don't work on a single issue, they work across issues, and they will choose the issue or issues in a particular place that have the most resonance for their agenda. And in many places, that is women's reproductive rights. And so a lot of the time, we work very closely with that section of the women's movement because we recognise it's the same actors trying to undermine our rights. The second part of that is that it's often very similar language that's used to justify the steps that are taken to restrict human rights. It's threats to family, threats to children, threats to women, even though in reality these organisations are no friend to women.
Gotcha. A pro-family agenda, that's what they...
Exactly, yeah.
They cloak it in that way. Yep. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Savannah, we're just about out of time. Did you want to make any closing statements before we wrap up?
No, I think we've said everything we want to, unless Dave has any final remarks.
No, that was great. Thanks.
Well, okay. I thank both of you for appearing before or for presenting before the subcommittee today. I don't think you have, but if you've been asked to provide any additional information, can you please provide that to the Secretariat by the 2nd of June 2026? And please note that any responses to questions or any additional information you provide will appear on the website as a public submission to the inquiry. You'll also be sent a copy of your transcript of evidence to the committee today. Again, if you feel you need to make any transcription amendments to that, contact the Secretariat. With that, I thank you for your attendance and declare this public hearing closed.